Good evening, folks. It's 5:30. We have two board members, actually three board members, that are running late and have contacted us. So we will start as soon as we get a fourth board member here and have a quorum. So thank you for your patience. All righty, folks, we have a quorum. It is 5:36. We'll call this meeting to order. Okay, we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we're going to be led today by Dr. Barbara Flores.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God. Thank you.
Okay, and I do apologize now that I looked at the Pledge of Allegiance. We had to be led by Miss Wolverton's third grade class from Salinas. We'll make sure to have her do that at the next meeting, so my apologies. We'll move on to approval agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Daddy Rogers
Second.
and second by Ms. Ceballos. Any discussion on the agenda? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All righty, agenda carries 4-0. We are on to 1.4, inspirational message by Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers.
Thank you so much. I just actually turned myself off. So, good to see everyone tonight, and especially as we are commemorating Black History Month, I just wanted to share some information or some history. So in honor of Black History Month, when Carter G. Woodson established Negro History Week in 1925, he realized the importance of providing a theme to the focus and attention to the public. The intention has never been to dictate or limit the exploration of the Black experience, but to bring to the public attention important developments that merit emphasis. So for many, some people don't realize that there have been a host of Black history themes. In particular, in 2017, it was the crisis in Black education. In 2018, it was the African Americans in times of war. 2019, the Black migration. In 2020, African Americans and the vote. 2021, the Black family, representation, identity, and diversity. And then the theme of 2022 focused on the importance of Black health and wellness. The theme acknowledges the legacy of not only Black scholars and medical practitioners in Western medicine, but also other ways of knowing about the African diaspora. In order to foster good health and wellness, Black people have embarked on self-determination, mutual aid, and social support initiatives to build hospitals, medical, and nursing schools such as Mel Harry Medical School, Howard University College of Medicine, Providence Hospital and Training School, Morehouse School of Medicine, etc., along with community clinics. Clinics were established by individual grassroots organizations and mutual aid societies such as the African Union Society, National Association of Colored Women, and Black Panther Party to provide spaces for Black people to counter the economic and health disparities and the discriminations that were found in mainstream institutions. Black health and wellness would not only include one's physical body, but also emotional and mental health. At this point in the 21st century, our outstanding and understanding of Black health and wellness is broader and more nuanced than ever. It was said by Audre Lorde, we're doing more to move forward holistically for the betterment of ourselves, our body, our relationships, and our communities, and along with our planet. We are determined to create a platform that shines a light on the multiple facets of Black health and wellness through education and activism. Moreover, Black communities must look to the past to provide the light for our future by embracing the rituals, traditions, and healing modalities of our ancestors. And I just want to say history is important, but when we don't share it, that's when it becomes unimportant. So thank you for this time, and congratulations to all those that have been recognized during our Black History Month. Thank you, Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers. Well done. All right, we'll move on to 2.0 closed session. 2.1 closed session public comments. Ms. Cunningham? There are no public comments? All righty, we'll be moving on to 2.2, adjourn to closed session. We'll be reporting out when we come back. Alrighty, folks, we'll go ahead and report out from closed session. Thank you for being patient with us. Hopefully that was a little bit faster than normal. Alrighty, we're on 3.1, approval of elementary principal. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approved the appointment of the following employees. Dr. Maria Ordaz, elementary school principal, Arrowhead, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Tillman, seconded by Dr. Flores. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All righty, the motion carries 6-0. Congratulations to Dr. Ordaz. I believe you're here in the audience today. Could you go ahead and please stand and be recognized?
Congratulations.
And welcome back. Great to see you. Okay, 3.2, approval of elementary principal, Newmark Elementary School. Let me go ahead and read that. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employees. Emily Ledesma, elementary school principal, Newmark, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Flores and seconded by Mr. Tillman. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Is that Dr. Ledesma? All right, motion carries 6-0 for Dr. Emily Desma. Are you here this evening? She is not, so congratulations to her. We'll go ahead and move on to 3.3, approval of middle school vice principal, Curtis Middle School. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employees. And I believe it's Denicia Culverson, middle school vice principal, Curtis, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Flores and seconded by Dr. Rogers. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All righty, motion carries 6-0. Congratulations to Dr. Denisha Culverson. Are you here this evening? Yes, you are.
Congrats.
Congratulations. And thank you for being here this evening. All right, we're going to move on to 3.4, approval of vice principal, Virtual Academy. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employees. Melanie Meneses, Virtual Academy, vice principal, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Flores, second by Mr. Tillman. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries 6-0. Welcome, Ms. Melanie Meneses. Are you here today? She is not, so congratulations to her as well. We'll move on to 3.5, approval of science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, STEAM. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employees. Dr. Randy Clyde, STEAM Director, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
So moved.
It's been
Second.
been moved by Dr. Dowdy Rogers and
Second.
seconded by Ms. Ceballos. Any discussion? Let's go ahead and vote. It looks like there are 3 ayes and 3 nays, so there is no action taken on the Director of STEAM. We'll move on to 3.6, expulsion of students. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on a review of the panel's findings of facts and recommendations and orders expulsion of the following students with the identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code 48900.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote on those items. All right, motion carries on 3.6. 3.7. All right, be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of facts of positive youth development and orders the suspension or expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code 48900.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Flores and second by Dr. Rogers. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries on 3.7. 3.8. The following students are recommended for expulsion, but expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and or the availability of other means of corrections in compliance with the Education Code 48900. Therefore, although they are recommended for expulsion, the expulsion is not granted.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Rogers, second by Mr. Tillman. Any discussion? Let's go ahead and vote. That's all right, Ms. Cunningham. 3.960, motion carries. 3.8, I'm sorry. Motion carries. 3.9, other closed session action. There is no other closed session action, so we'll move to 4.0, public comments. 4.1, receive public comments. All righty, first public comment is Ms. Melissa Hall. Welcome, Ms. Hall.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. I often hear board members say that safety and well-being of our students and staff is of utmost importance. I also hear the term social and emotional learning used a lot. So please tell me, after hearing about all the adverse reactions from this vaccine and the small number of deaths in children who have died from the virus, how can you, in good conscience, hold vaccine clinics and offer an incentive at our school sites to receive an experimental vaccine. The social and emotional abuse occurring right now is happening at our schools. Our children are being deprived of social cues, of facial expressions, fresh oxygen, inside and outside of the classrooms, and there is no long-term study needed to understand the ramifications. I also noticed on October 19th, the board decided to initiate ESSER 3 funding. We only had one board member who wanted a spreadsheet on how the funds were to be used, while the rest of the board seemed to be moved on a yay vote out of fear of not meeting the 2023-2024 school year budget. Decisions like that are irresponsible and definitely not putting our children's well-being first. Have you ever heard the saying, "Don't worry about tomorrow, as tomorrow will take care of itself"? Our teachers' unions made demands on the governor in order for students and staff to return to in-person learning. Those demands were universal masking, mandates on teachers to be vaccinated, and mandatory testing for those teachers who refused the experimental vaccine. The governor complied with those demands. Fast forward, and we now know that the vaccinated and unvaccinated are catching and spreading the virus alike. Did anyone apologize to those teachers who were discriminated against by having to test weekly while the vaccinated teachers got a free pass? So I ask, are we following the puppet governor's mandates, or are we following the teachers' union's demands? Just because you feel disconnected from your collective action by stating you guys are just following the governor's mandates, you are in fact committing the act by complying and enforcing these discriminatory acts in our public school system. Let our children know that their smiles are wanted and that they're not just some contagious disease-carrying threat to society. Let them breathe and be free. We all had that opportunity when we were younger. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. All right, our next public comment is Ms. Esmeralda Negretti. Welcome, Ms. Negretti.
Good evening, board members. I want to start by sharing with you a scripture that I greatly appreciate from an attorney who I had the pleasure to meet face to face. And it's from the book of Ezekiel. Son of man, I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel. Therefore hear the word at my mouth, and give them warning from me. When I say unto thee, the wicked shall surely die, and thou givest him no warning, nor speakest to warn the wicked from the wicked way, to save his life, the wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at thine hand. When I heard this, it reminded me of how when you sent us that letter on January 21st, we went into stress and panic mode, and you've taken now the role of parent, and you can do as you please. And although there were the claim that it's not happening in the district, it happened in the district. Dr. Rodriguez, you can say it didn't happen, so it happened. I heard from a parent that it had happened at Hillside. And so here we came, and I shared with you what the codes that you were violating, which meant that you were violating, if every parent had wanted to, it would have been $25,000 per student. And so giving you that warning, I feel that I have complied with what God has asked to say and to do. I've given you that warning once, but I'm also not a fool. And God does not create us to be foolish. You have a team, a legal team, and you have a team that does the research for COVID. So for us to receive that letter and create such amount of stress in the household and for our children, it's just not okay. I'm tired of hearing this is the mandate from the CDC, and we're acting upon what they're saying. However, there was no research, and clearly we saw that there was no research because when parents were calling the COVID liaisons, they had no clue how it was going to be carried out, nothing else other than we got excuses, and we're sorry and apologetic. And apologies really didn't fix what we went through that weekend because there was no time for us to call an attorney right at that time. It had to be after the fact. So with that said, anything else that happens from now on, since you have a legal team and we don't, you're no longer going to get that warning. You're no longer going to get that email that's going to be cease and desist. You're just going to get action. So if you want an abundance of lawsuits, let it be. And speaking of lawsuits, I need to share this with you. Please take a look at what's inside that envelope that I just shared with you. What you see there are injuries to my child. Those injuries could have been prevented. A few years ago, the district made the decision to go with the cheapest process of fixing a solution at several schools. Schools such as Rodriguez, Golden Valley, because there was a step out there. And so instead of spending the money on cement, which is more costly, but it also lasts longer. And it's also not slippery like the black asphalt. They literally went with the cheapest thing they went. And this is the decisions that you guys approved. And when I see approval of contracts for these organizations that come to you, and year after year, it's the same narrative that we see from them, and nobody really was checking ever on those organizations of how many students they were truly serving, whether or not the services that they claim they provide actually make a difference for our children. It's ridiculous that when it comes to some long-term fixed solution, you go with the cheapest thing, and kids are slipping on that repeatedly. It's not just my child, but I am the one that's coming and letting you know she's not the first one that slipped. She's not the first one that has received injuries. So I would ask you to allocate funds for that and get it fixed. I'm asking you also that we saw the resolution that you took in January, that you come up with a resolution
Thank you,
for
Mr. Grady. It is time.
866
Thank
and
you.
871. Thank you.
Alrighty, our next public speaker is Andrea Schindler. Welcome. Alrighty. Ms. Schindler, are you here? Oh, sorry. I saw two people step up, but no. Alrighty, she's not here. If she happens to return, maybe she's in the restroom, we'll call her back up. Next public comment speaker is Ms. Paula Plunk. Welcome.
It's a bit. Okay, I'm here with a heavy heart and really angry. So the last two speakers were pretty upset, and the last meeting was really scary and dangerous, and now I'm here to talk about things that were going on that, well, we're going to call it shenanigans, which are illegal shenanigans, because there are pictures of mayoral candidate, Ms. Hahn, running for San Bernardino, all over the high school campuses, field trips. So she's indoctrinating young girls by unsupervised visits with what? No field trip signage by parents. She says she has a place anywhere on campuses, but I'm sorry, that's illegal. So I'm asking, integrity comes to mind. So where is yours? Picture after picture of her smiling. Picture after picture while she's smiling on campuses. All of you knew that, and you knew it was illegal while she was doing it. And there is a picture of the president, Mr. Scott, with his shiny, smiley face. Mr. Scott, I know. That doesn't look good, sir. So I'm looking for you to respect. I don't see that there, sir. So let's speak about the violations. Title V, Local Agency Division 2. So we're looking for accountability, or lack thereof. Part 1, powers and duties common to cities, counties, and so on. So we're looking for responsibility and respect, or lack thereof. Ms. Hahn abandoned the women of the city of San Bernardino to their jobs to the censured sexual predator harasser verified Mayor John Valdivia, as he walked through city staff like a buffet line of depravity. Because she was ready to leave to move on to her candidacy, she left them there alone. She is the catalyst of why we now, as you residents and voters, are spending money in the courtrooms 5 different times they're coming. We're only dealing with one at a time. History and compassion, or lack thereof, from this board is now what we're looking at. You need to stop politicking. The children always come first. And in the last 3 meetings, we have not seen that. Now, I'm not one to go off the cuff, but Mrs. Flores, in the last meeting, ma'am, I'm glad you're a doctor, but you came across as really pretentious and quite snotty, with all due respect. You talked about going up and down the state, ma'am, and you are the model, ma'am, for everybody else in the districts across the California. I'm sorry, ma'am, it is archived. Saying that you are the model. I'm sorry. So we would like names, I would like phone numbers, and I would like to talk to these other districts that see you all as the model, because quite frankly, you are alarming to this. These people come down all scared of masks. I get it. I understand that. I will probably never be able to take off my mask because of my immune system, okay? But I'm telling you now, between these 3 last meetings and now this, Mr. President, really? Honestly? Mr. Tillman, sabotaging last meeting's meeting, and you're proud of it? You're not going to apologize? So again, disturbing, dangerous. And ma'am, Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers, thank you. Because in the last meeting, you were the only shining, S-H-I-N-G star, instead of being shining and going through a process that was already broken. And now we're doing illegal campaign activities with a woman who abandoned women to a sexual predator harasser. I think you need to check yourselves. I think you need to stop ruling and governing with ego and go back to the premise of what it's supposed to be. Children come first, no matter what. You are taking money, you are taking packages, and you're going off to Disneyland and things like that on people's money that they will never be able, some children will never be able to see the inside of Disneyland. And then, Mr. President, this is the value that you present to the citizens, to the residents, to the veterans, why you are in those chairs. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
This is Plunk, P-L-U-N-K.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Plunk. Next public speaker is Jenny Peterson. Ms. Peterson? Pedersen, excuse me, Pedersen?
No, it's Pete.
Oh, Peterson. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it.
enough? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, guys. It's me again. I have been up here several times to talk about the custodial supervisor position. And I had heard you guys put it on hold but not approved it. I'd heard that you guys had approved the HR director's position, but we're not putting anything out. I've watched every board meeting and I've never seen you guys approve that position. I recently found out that those positions are now being interviewed for. So I'm coming to you guys and asking, how come it wasn't like addressed? We've already said we're shorthanded. You understand this. Mr. Tillman, yourself, you understood it. If you look at the custodial supervisor's position and the crew lead position, which is the next one behind it, like I gave you guys, they're all kind of stapled together, so you have to flip through. They're identical. The only thing is discipline. So you want to pay somebody to discipline us $40,000? You can't discipline us if we don't have the people. You can come in and have a field day with writing us up, but there's nothing we can do if we don't have the people. And $40,000 per person times 5 is a lot of money for you guys to waste. Now, if you look at the quality control inspector, that person should be going to the custodial manager and turning in those reports, and that person should be happening it. That person should be addressing. It also says that they're supposed to meet with the site administrators to address issues. But that has all been taken away from site administrators. Is M&O not over us? I think that was in our MOU. These are all things I need you guys to address and really look at. I've been very clear. I've been very precise about asking you things. I know that we're not getting people to apply. I know that's not your fault. I also watched the last board meeting where the Personnel Commission got up here and she did her thing and she had her little PowerPoint, and it was great to see that 7,500 applications came in, but only 211 were appointed positions. I've addressed this issue more than once. I have a sub-custodian. Her name is Rosa Ocampo. She has worked for this district for 16 years as a sub. And because she can't pass a test because of a language barrier, we hold her up. Rudy Cabral, Gilbert Torres. Would you like me to keep going? All 10 plus years, sub-custodians. Let's figure it out. We need people. We want to take care of the kids. We want to give you our best. But you can't give us supervisors that are going to come and discipline us when we don't have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Ms. Cunningham?
Okay, we have one virtual comment, and it's from Jessica Garcia. Ms. Garcia, if you're available, please unmute.
Welcome, Ms. Garcia.
Good evening, board members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. So I am the parent of two of your students at Indian Springs High School, and I was there last board meeting when the candidates went up. And so not to belabor the issue, but I really feel like I need to say my piece. So I wrote it out to make sure that I highlight every area within this next 5 minutes. So again, I ask as a parent, please have open, active listening on skills on, because it is dire to our students and their success. We need leaders who will unapologetically put students first and self last. This past special board meeting was driven by hidden agendas and biases when it should have been about filling a void, because let's face it, no one will ever fill the shoes of Dr. Margaret B. Hill. But someone can carry the baton to ensure students are, number one, obtain an equitable education and are offered all opportunities to thrive beyond K through 12. It was a feeling beyond disappointment to witness this board's failure in filling a void, and unanimously voted to hold appointment interviews, listen to 14 candidates, selected 8 top contenders, narrowed down to 4 strong examples of what it takes to be a leader in this district, who are more engaged with students and families than many of you are. Yet you allowed hidden political agendas to drive decisions that will have an impact on our children's education and opportunities, then attempted to cover the excuse for not appointing someone with words such as, I'm looking for a candidate with experience who can jump right in and do the work. New, non-political, can stand on their own and not be swayed or influenced by another board member. Yet, out of the 4, not one appointment. Makes no sense, no matter how you try to spin this, especially when there was so much praise and appreciation for the experience and skills presented, the love of students and families, homegrown, educated, and passionate candidates. But not one could get the support of 4 out of 6 board members. You say there are no sides, or someone could have just joined the other side. Yet again, your actions spoke louder than words. A child and a blind man could see corruption and read between the lines that you so often try to disguise with reactionary behaviors. Let's face another truth. If there is no truth behind rumors or allegations, why is there so much time being wasted on defending one's character? Only a guilty man falls into the pit to defend themselves, whereas a person of character and integrity will allow their actions to speak volumes, because we should never pour fuel on a fire that can be managed with grace and silenced with a working fire extinguisher. So I ask, why spend time reacting to rumors and allegations if they hold no weight? Why not focus on the district mission for students and families you serve? As a parent, I'm not only looking at the character and integrity of an individual, but for someone who actively engages, who is grassroots, on the ground, working in the community, in the schools, parent centers, community events, someone I can put a name and face to, who has humility, grace, who will allow their actions, not their egos, to speak for their work, their character and integrity. Someone who is capable of being coached and mentored, because let's face it, even the greatest leaders have mentors who keep them grounded and focused on the vision and cause at hand. Someone who is accountable, reliable, and responsive to the needs of the district, students, families, and staff. It is beyond time for this board to be held accountable, to be held to the utmost highest standards of governing board that is supposed to actively and undeniably put students above all else, because anything less is an act of disservice towards those who you swore an oath to. I leave you with this. Which of you can recite the district mission and prove with statistical data and evidence that you often so loudly call for to show your actual work that you so elusively speak so much about. Because as a parent who will continue to observe and actively listen to what is said and what is not said, I would like to know where I can pull up your term achievements and compare them to
Time.
your written online focus areas to ensure that students receive the governing support board members or candidates who walk the talk and actually put communities first as the leading expert in human learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. All right, Ms. Cunningham, I believe we have one read-in. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. This is from Tom Duram. I have seen the Facebook post showing Helen Tran campaigning on the San Bernardino High School campus and on a school field trip with the help of teacher Joseph Salas and the Cardinal Museum. This is not only illegal, but unethical and needs to be called out. It's not okay what she is being allowed to do and should have never been allowed by the teacher. They both knew this was a violation and did it repeatedly. I see that Helen Tran is endorsed by Board President Scott Wyatt and Board Member Myra Ceballos. Is this what you support, what you allow? What do you have to say? You still backing someone who doesn't care about the rules or our students. We already have a corrupt mayor who doesn't believe he needs to follow the rules. Now we have Helen Tran doing the same, but hey, she helped cover up his sexual harassment at City Hall, got her family and friends jobs, so residents should expect this from her by now. I am disappointed, and I hope you put this problem on the agenda and address it publicly, because I will not allow it to be swept under the rug in your coming elections. That's all the comments.
All righty, thank you, Ms. Cunningham. That's it for public comments. That will bring us back to, 5.1, resolution recognizing March as Arts Education Month, and that will be Ms. Dr. Flores.
Resolution for recognizing March as Arts Education Month. Whereas arts education, which includes dance, music, theater, and the visual arts, is a vital part of a quality basic education providing a balanced education for all students. And whereas the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins California in recognizing arts education as an essential part of basic education for all students, kindergarten through grade 12. And whereas the visual and performing arts have a unique ability to connect us to our history, heritage, and culture. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins the California Senate and Assembly in recognizing March 2022 as Arts Education Month, and encourages all schools in the district to celebrate the arts with meaningful student activities and programs that demonstrate learning and understanding of the visual and performing arts.
So moved, so moved. Second.
All right, it's been motioned and properly second. I'm not sure on which order over there, but who was first? Who motioned, I'm sorry?
I motioned and
Okay.
Dr. Rogers.
It was motioned by Ms. Rosas Medina and seconded by Dr. Rogers. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 5.2, resolution and recognition of Women's History Month. Mr. Tillman.
Thank you, President Dr. Wyatt. Whereas suffragists marched and were arrested for supporting women's rights to vote and ultimately achieved the enactment of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. Let me start over. Whereas March is Women's History Month, a time dedicated to recognizing and spreading awareness of the importance of women in history of the United States. And whereas women have led efforts to secure suffrage and equal opportunity for women and served in the Revolution of Independence, the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, labor movements, civil rights movements, and other causes, to create a more fair and just society for all. And whereas suffragists marched and were arrested for supporting women's right to vote and ultimately achieved the enactment of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which states the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex, and extended to the protection of the right to vote to women of color. And whereas President Ronald Reagan issued the first Women's History Month presidential proclamation in 1987, which read in part, quote unquote, all Americans can be truly grateful for the role of women as the heart of the family and for their every accomplishment today and throughout our history. And whereas in our community and across the United States, women have been and continue to be leaders in the forefront of social change efforts, business, science, government, math, art, literature, music, film, athletics, and more, and now represent approximately half of the United States workforce, with more than 12 million United States businesses owned by women. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins others around the state and nation in recognizing March 2022 as Women's History Month, and directs district teachers to provide learning activities that encourage students to reflect on the many notable contributions that women have made to our community and the United States. So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Tillman and second by Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll be moving on to 6.0, reports by union organizations. 6.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association.
Good evening, President Wyatt. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Good evening, President Wyatt, Superintendent Urban, members of the board and cabinet. I'm Ashley Vitasalcala, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association. Since your last regular meeting on February 1st, I'm pleased to tell you tonight that the district and SBTA were finally able to come to agreement on our reopener on wages. I want to applaud this Board of Trustees for your leadership on behalf of our educators, and I also want to thank the district team under Dr. Funchess' leadership. I also would like to take a moment again tonight to thank our members who continue to put the needs of our district, our students, and the broader community above our educators' needs for a safe and almost virus-free learning environment during this unprecedented year. I also want to bring to your attention that tonight you will be hearing a presentation on later start school schedules due to the legislation that was passed to have secondary students starting after 8 and 8:30 a.m. respectively. We've been a part of these conversations for several years now, and we look forward to our continued conversations with the district on how these legislative changes will impact our unit members and our current working conditions. Lastly, I want to take a moment to recognize our school counselors, as last week was National School Counseling Week. Their theme this year was Better Together, and I couldn't think of a better way to talk about our amazing school counselors who go above and beyond to support our students and our school community day in and day out. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Alcala. Good to see you. All righty, 6.2, California School Employee Association. Okay, it'll be virtual.
Hi. Yes. Hi, good evening, Mr. President, board members, staff, and community. My name is Vanessa Messis, and I'm the Sergeant at Arms for CSCA Chapter 183 and a Campus Security Officer for the district. First, I'd like to thank you for having a resolution to recognize March as Arts Education and Women's History Month. And second, I'd like to let you guys know that CSEA's Chapter 183 representatives have been continuing to meet with the district on many important issues and continue to build trust and open communication with each other during the negotiations process. We have just finalized 2 MOUs with the district that our members will be voting on soon. And hopefully this will be brought to the board's next meeting on March 1st for the final approval. Lastly, I'd like to thank our hardworking brothers and sisters for all they continue to do this school year through all the ups and downs. Many staff members continue to fill staffing and shortages throughout the district, whether for COVID call-offs, staff testing positive from exposures, and those covering other duties due to the lack of staffing in general. We will continue to push forward as a unit and do what is needed to be done for the district and its staff and students. Thank you, Mr. President, Board, and for your time and allowing me to speak tonight. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Mathis. Good to see you. All righty, 6.3, Communication Workers of America.
Representative.
All right, no report. 6.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
No representative.
All right, no report. That moves on to 7.0, reports and presentations. 7.1, Framework for Excellence Preview.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt, and members of the board. So, you know, I had my Framework for Excellence speech laid out, or not speech, but my talking points. And I think those talking points were going to be very important because I was going to give a preview of our Framework for Excellence going forward, because we've been talking about trying to take the district to the highest level of excellence. I think that's something we all want. But, you know, I was just kind of perplexed this evening because I know that it was very clear that we had our director of STEAM position available, and I know that we had some board members up here who did not approve it. Now I'm perplexed because, as the board knows, part of my plan, even in my superintendent goals that's been released to the public, we talked about STEAM academies at every school. And it's very clear that part of making every school a good school, part of making every school at the highest level of excellence, you got to have every school be a STEAM academy. We can't have just 4 or 5 schools. But I don't know the rationale for why they didn't approve it, but there's obviously 3 members of the board that didn't approve it, so that's suspect in terms of maybe, I mean, if they had a conversation prior to that or not, I don't know. But you know what I'm going to do, though, is I'm still going to go through my Framework for Excellence, because let me tell you why. I will always stay, ladies and gentlemen, at the highest level of excellence at all times, regardless, because that's my job. And even though we did not approve the director of STEAM academies, we're still going to move forward with our plan to implement STEAM academies at every school. And what that looks like, I'll go ahead and rethink that, and I'll make the adjustments, because there's nothing going to stop me from doing that, because I have to do what's good for kids. But with that, that's okay, because again, I can't make everybody happy. But I will say, though, that I'm going to share a preview of the presentation that we're going to hear on March 1st. And I do want to say that this is an unprecedented time, and I believe we're at a crossroads. We are at a crossroads, because I know not everybody believes in my style in taking the district to the highest level of excellence, and I'm okay with that. But with that, I still want to foreshadow what is to come and how we're going to move forward. I'm going to still stick to the plan and stick to the script, because I have to be a role model for kids out there at all times, and staff, and I'm going to continue to do that. So first and foremost, I want to first of all acknowledge all the great work that happened in the district prior to my arrival. There was a lot of good things happening. I've said this before. The board here have made a lot of good decisions. There's a lot of good decisions that were made prior to, especially during the pandemic. We all know that. There were some good decisions made. There were some challenges, but good decisions. The administrators, when you look at our administration overall, they did some good things as well. They did things right. And the teachers, I'll be honest with you, I'm in the classrooms. They brought quality to our classrooms during a difficult time. The teaching and learning, they still continue to do the right thing in the classroom. And so, therefore, nothing in the past was wrong. A lot of things we did was right, and I've seen it because I'm on the ground regularly asking questions. I see it for myself. And so last year when the board hired me, they hired me because they said, take the district to the highest level of excellence. I mean, if that has changed, I want to have that conversation at some point, because that is my job, to take it to the highest level of excellence. And I truly believe, as a large urban district, and I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again to all of you who are present and listening online, is that we can be the best of the best, but what gets in the way of the best of the best is always adults. Kids never complain to us, right? It's the adults. So, but our district has a lot of potential to succeed. I truly believe that. And I believe that. I see it because I'm in the classroom. Now, if someone want to come visit me with 600 classrooms, I've challenged everyone in this room. You come visit with me to those classrooms, and you will see what I see. Because we can be the best of the best, but it won't happen, ladies and gentlemen, unless we're all in agreement that we got to focus on what's good for kids. So, with the cabinet and Ginger and her team, we all spent about 6 months on this listening and learning tour. I said that I was going to do that when I got hired, right? I said I'm going to do the listening and learning tour and get information and feedback. And I talked to teachers, parents, classified staff, community members, district managers, people in the community just walking around. It didn't matter. I got input, and even this board gave me their input. Again, high-level themes emerged. And one of the things I can say is, one, our stakeholders and our staff, one thing I noticed, they all care about kids. Everyone I've spoken with have said they care about kids. Even those individuals who disagree with me, I know they care about kids, and they want to help. Secondly, parents have said we need to focus on literacy. The results up there is telling the truth, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't make that up. The results are the results. The data is the data. They said we need help on that, and math. They also talked about paying attention to student wellness and SEL, student well-being. And you, the board, asked us to move those KPIs, especially for students who struggle the most. The board has talked about that. And you also have said as a board in this community, you want higher academic achievement, lower absenteeism, and more parent engagement. That's why we now have the Superintendent Parent Advisory Council. We're putting a parent advocate at every site. We're doing whatever it takes. So at March 1st, you, the board, and the public, you'll have a chance to hear the details of our plan. And I encourage everyone to come out and hear the plan and hear how it takes the district to the next level of excellence. Because we all out there want the next level of excellence. Who doesn't want that for their kid? And so, but we got to get better. And, especially following these school closures, we've lost a lot of ground. Our data clearly shows that we've lost ground. We've got to make up that lost ground. And only 3 in 10 students are performing at grade level. Think about that for a moment. Only 3 in 10. Now, and I personally have a hard time deciding which 7 is okay to fail. I believe we got to have 10 out of 10. I believe that every kid's got to be at grade level. Who disagrees with that? If you do, please raise your hand. I like to see you say, who's going to disagree with that? And I know each of you agree that we can't fail any child. We have to try. And so, when we look at the data, we know we have to move our kids. We got to do something differently. And I'm going to continue to do that. And then remember, the data represents real children. The data are the children out there. And so we have to find a way to make sure every kid is successful. So I've said this before as I'm visiting schools, and I've said this publicly. The data is where we are, but not who we are as a district, because we are better than that. We know that. We've seen what our students can do. There's pockets of success in this district. We all have seen that time and time again. But the data is not who we are. The data is where we are at this point in time. And so we have a plan that's going to deliver those positive outcomes. And so if you support it, you have to support it. So we have our short-term goals, we have our strategic planning, and our MTSS service delivery model. We've talked about it, breaking the district up into 8 clusters. Academic support systems and social-emotional support system in every cluster. So every student gets the support they need to be successful. We're not doing anything revolutionary. We have to provide support to kids, ladies and gentlemen. And so those short-term goals are very short and sweet: academic achievement, focusing on literacy and math and STEAM. We've talked about it. Why not? We can't talk about something and don't do it. 2, college and career success. 3rd, student wellness, social emotional learning. We've talked about it. Family engagement, increasing our parents. We had a great turnout at the Superintendent Parent Advisory Council. And then health and safety. That's not going to go away. And so here's the funny thing is, we're not pushing for change this year because in reality, ladies and gentlemen, what have we changed? Nothing. We are only talking about systems and structures for next year. We haven't really changed anything. Maybe a few tweaks here and there, but any major changes? Not really. All the stuff I've talked about came from the listening and learning tour. We haven't put the clusters yet. We broke them up into clusters, but we haven't really moved forward to service delivery. I said from the beginning, we're going to plan and prep this year to put systems and structures in place for next year. That's what we're doing. That's it. And the one thing we've said about schools this year is all about relationship, building relationship, getting ourselves reacclimated to the culture that we're in right now. That's what this year was about. And so, as I start transitioning here, the team, during the first, they're going to share our plans to align the curriculum in our units of studies. Now, I've heard from people saying, we don't want you to align the curriculum. We don't want units of studies. Well, I got to be honest with you, that's the direction we're going. We have to go in a direction that's good for kids. We can't have one kid in the third grade at one class, and then he goes across town and they're teaching something completely different. You can't have someone at one school teaching 25 different standards, another school they don't teach. No, it doesn't work that way. There has to be some sort of uniformity, continuity, and consistency in our practices. Doesn't take away anybody's creativity, because I hear that all the time. I'm not taking the creativity. I can go teach any classroom, K-12. All you got to do is give me the lesson plan. It doesn't take away no one's creativity. Everyone is unique in their own way. We want teachers to have their own unique styles. But grade alike classes, district-wide, are learning the same essential standards. That's what we're pushing for. And we know our kids, there's a lot of mobility within our district. There is mobility. And so we need a consistency school to school. And here's the good news. Most teachers, a lot of teachers recognize the need. We had over 200-something teachers as part of our teacher leadership team and our teacher advisory committee meetings. It came from the listening and learning tour. And as I'm visiting classroom, I'm asking teachers, I would say 95% have agreed. So, and remember this is not about telling people how to teach. It's about bringing cohesion and timing and focus. That's what it is. And so remember, teachers still have their creativities and their own style to deliver the content. And also our teachers will be leading our teacher leadership teams and our teacher advisory committees, because we already have them signed up. And we have a packed house. You're also going to hear about our A through G ready digitalized 4-year plans. Dr. Esquivel and his team has already digitized the 4-year plans. We're already ready to roll next year. Every kid in the district, ladies and gentlemen, should be on a 4-year plan, A through G pathway. Shouldn't be a traditional pathway. You shouldn't be in a situation where you fail a class and now you're no longer A through G. You can still be on an A through G in college and career readiness. Now, if a kid decides not to go to college, okay, but he or she may go to the military or trade tech. But if they do decide in the future to go to college, they'll have the A through G requirements that they need to be successful. That's it. And we talked about STEAM academies at every school having a signature program. Now, I know the board today decided they didn't pass, but we're still moving forward with STEAM academies. What that looks like, I don't know. I always have a plan. One thing about me, ladies and gentlemen, I always have a plan. So we're still moving forward with STEAM academies and signature program. What that looks like, I don't know yet, but I'm going to figure it out, because it's not fair for our kids not to have a signature program at every single school. And that's what we're going to still move forward with. Learning labs. We're still moving forward with learning labs. Kids who are not reading and writing at grade level has to be in the learning lab. Now, how each and every school decides what the learning lab looks like, that'll be up to them, but we'll provide the support and the resources, because our kids are not reading and writing at grade level. So we got to get them there. Wellness centers. This board talked about it. We're going to move forward with the wellness center. Sam and the team is in the back. We're moving forward with the wellness center. We talked about it. We're going to move forward with them. And then our plans to recruit parent advocates at every site. That's going to be wonderful, because every school site should have a parent advocate, and we also have a parent liaison on every site as of right now. And we're going to have a parent advocate at every site. So a parent knows how to navigate the system. They should have someone at that site that will help them navigate the school system. And I will end with this in saying that not everyone is going to like everything, and not everybody's going to be happy. I understand that. And that's not my job to say, let's try to make everybody happy. There's 8,000 employees. There's 50,000 students and 125,000 caregivers. I can't make everybody happy. And I'm not going to try, because I don't think that's going to happen. So you're going to learn a little bit more about our multi-tier systems of service delivery model. next meeting. It's good for kids, and it's a student-centered model. That's what it focuses on, kids. And so I just want to say that, I'm proud of what the team has done so far. And I know the team is behind it 100% because you guys have worked real hard. And we've been working behind the scenes. My role has been more superintendential, dealing with the politics of the day, but still working behind the scenes with the team, staying focused on what's good for kids. And I appreciate that. And all the teachers out there who support us and the teacher leadership team who showed up. The teacher advisory committee, those teachers who showed up. The parents who showed up. I didn't think we were going to have over 200-300. They showed up because they're in agreement that we have to do this for kids. So, this is just a preview for what's coming your way. And I think the work is worthy of support. So we're going to have to continue to ask for support. And the team, the teachers out there who are engaged in this, and the staff, and our board members who are heavily engaged. This is worthy of our trust to move forward. And I'll just end with this. If there's any doubt that, and any concern that me as a superintendent, there's an issue with me trying to take the district to the highest level of excellence, then that's a conversation we can have. But I'm not going to stop making decisions that's good for kids. So with that, I will say, ladies and gentlemen, that one, I'm going to continue to stay at the highest level of excellence and focus at that level. Two, I'm always going to keep my expectations high. I will never lower my expectations for no one. Thirdly, I am an educational ambassador. That's my job. I have to be a role model. We all out there, all of you, everybody up there, even in this diocese, we're role models to kids and families. And I will always be a role model. And last but not least, I will always make decisions in the best interest of kids. I will not make a decision unless it's good for a kid. And so with that, I'll say that I appreciate it. March 1st, we're going to give you a high-level preview. And I open up to see if the board has any comment on my comment.
Thank you, Superintendent Irvin, for our preview for Framework for Excellence. Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
Yeah. So thank you so much. I want to say thank you to Superintendent Irvin as well as to the cabinet. I mean, that's a lot, even though this was and all that was involved, because you did name a lot of people. And this was just a preview. So definitely, I look forward to March 1st, to seeing all of the information, as well as the invite to our community, which is important because their voices have been giving and providing input. I'm yet amazed, with where we are with so much going on around us, just to be able to get to this point, despite whatever's going on, COVID and so on and so forth, this is good. And one thing that was important to me is just to continuously hearing about doing what's best for kids. This is what we need to do at all cost. A lot has been lost, Superintendent Irvin. When we look at the couple of years, we thought it was going to be 6 months, we thought it was going to be a year, and here we find ourselves still dealing with something I think you said unprecedented. There's no roadmap to this. There was no way we could have even predicted this. But the fact that the team here continue to press forward to see how we can create this new revolutionary environment and still make sure that we prioritize our students and make sure that they are well in the process, because they are definitely struggling with lots of things. I applaud you on that. And I look forward to the full presentation as well as providing more input. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Ms. Ceballos?
Yeah, thank you. Really quickly, also, I just want to say thank you. From the first moment that you came to our district, and you shared with us some of your, ideas and things that you had been able to accomplish with previous districts, I was excited. As an educator, I know the importance, especially right now, because you're absolutely right. We're seeing the tremendous just setback that our kids have had, this past year. I see it every day. We have, students coming into school for the first time. Those first 3 years of school are foundational. And we have students that started school in distance learning. And let's be honest, a lot of those kids, they if they attended, what could have they have grasped, realistically speaking? So there's a lot of work that we need to do, and there's a lot of work that's ahead of us, because we have a generation of students that have been set back tremendously. And we have to put everything that we have, and let me tell you, we have a lot. The state has been extremely generous in providing us funding for those specific purposes. And so I am really just, thank you, very appreciative that you continue to just push forward. I know it hasn't been easy. I know we have not been an easy board to work with. I recognize that. But I just want to really say thank you for sticking it through. Thank you for moving forward. And I also, as Dr. Rogers, look forward to the March 1st presentation. I also really appreciate you making the comment of, I don't know how I'm going to do the STEAM Academy, because we don't have, obviously, a director that we approved tonight. But you saying, I don't know how I'm going to get it done, but I'll figure it out, that speaks to me, volumes. And so, again, I just want to say thank you, and I really, really encourage all of us to continue to put this, students and student success at the focus of our discussions up here. Enough with the everything else. This needs to be priority.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. I think it's me now. All right, no, just Superintendent Urban, thank you again, and to Executive Cabinet for all the hard work you've put into this. I've been to some of those planning meetings, and I've said this before, that the level of work and the level of excellence in the work that's been put into the planning is absolutely amazing, and something I haven't seen on my level. I've done a lot of strategic planning, and your team and what they're doing is just amazing. And I really do appreciate you acknowledging the work that's been done in the past as well, because I think we often, don't remember that. And there's been a tremendous amount of great work that I've seen in the past 6 years done in this district. And at the same time, we have to acknowledge that there is more work yet to be done. And I think we all know this on the board here, that when you look at our scores in math and reading, that we have a lot to do. And if we were doing a great job at it, we wouldn't have to need a new plan. That's for sure. Let me just say that. If we were doing a great job at it, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But we have to have this conversation that, we need to do something different. And we definitely need a plan of accountability as well as continuity across the board. I absolutely agree with that. And, I'm hopeful that we get to that level. It's going to take some years to do, but I am confident with our staff and our district and the community that lives in this city that we could get it done. So we've seen tremendous improvement already in different areas, and I expect us to move the dial when it comes to our math and reading scores. I expect us to do a better job. We should. Dr. Escobar, I know when myself and Mr. Urban were participating, and many of us on this dais as well, in graduations, one of the biggest concerns was kids were coming across the stage and saying, we'd ask them, so what's your plan? What's next? And I know a lot of them were scared, because they get nervous because, a lot of them don't expect that question. I get it. But too many of them said, I don't know. Mm-hmm. Too many of them said, I don't know. That's not acceptable. That is not acceptable. And I get it. Some of these kids don't have maybe the mentoring or parenting that they need at home or guidance. That's where we take over. That's where we come in and say, hey, we're going to help you get to that next level. So for you to digitize that, Dr. Escobar, and your team, that's amazing, first of all, to have a 4-year digitized A through G plan. I've not heard of something like that. I'm looking forward to that happening and executing and making sure that every student in high school, from 9th to 12th grade has a plan in place. So kudos there. STEAM signature program at every school. Absolutely. That is super exciting. I think we have some outstanding career tech ed programs and career pathways. But again, we need to see that at every school and at every high school to ensure that our students are college and career ready when they exit high school. Learning labs, I'm all for it. It's something I've agreed with my whole career, that if we have students that are struggling, they need extra help. It's simple, right? I teach my teachers and my principals I work with that you may teach the best lesson and 70% of your kids get it, but what about the other 30% that did not? Okay. It's a good lesson, but the other 30% just didn't get it that way. So we have to do something a little bit different with that 30% in those learning labs and after-school programs with our tutors and support that I know we're going to be doing here in the near future and doing right now. And then wellness centers, well, I've preached about that for the last 6 years I've been on the board that I'm super excited about us moving forward with our wellness centers. I think we've seen a lot with behavior with our students, and I get it. Being cooped up for a couple years at home is a lot on our kids, and I think it says something about them being at school as well, about being here and participating physically in school rather at home. And we did the best we could, I think, in a short period of time with the virtual learning, and it works for some kids, I'll say that, but we need to get back to school, and we need to ensure that they're well, not just mentally, but physically, every way possible, and our wellness centers are going to be that. And again, kudos to the team for moving forward on that. That's been a dream of mine for 6 years, and I look forward to when that happens. So great job to your team there. Thank you. Ms. Rosales Medina, you're next.
And I kind of echo with what everybody's saying. I think it's important, and thank you for your mini presentation. I look forward to the March 1st. I know that we have met with board policy subcommittee meeting, and we had great leaders, and thank you for bringing some of these things up with regards to A through G. And so I'm hoping that by March in our board meeting, we will start addressing when it comes to A through Gs. And I do appreciate specifically Texacosta, who has actually worked on the grading policy, as well as many others that were there, in order to look at how we can align, of course, the A through G within our students, so that way we have more students graduating, meeting the CSU and the UC system requirements. So thank you for your mini presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Flores?
I just wanted to add that this board has always supported our teachers and our administrators and our parents. And I do believe it was Dr. Rogers, and you led the charge on A through G, and also Ms. Medina looking at Ds and Fs. And it's been a long haul, and our cabinet has worked tirelessly in moving the dial on that. So our A through G is coming to a culmination, and Dr. Marsden did want us to have a 4-year plan, but we didn't have the wherewithal to begin to do it because we had to do all this groundwork. So we've been doing this for quite a while, and so now it's coming to fruition, and that has been through the board direction and also our stakeholders' vision. When we set up the first strategic plan, it came from the community and the parents and our teachers. We've also have always, since I've been on this board for 14 years, supported the arts, the visual and performing arts. What prevented us from doing it full scale was the recession, and always it's funding and always sustainability and so forth. This board and our community pushed forward the CTE Academies. We have invested in them for many, many years, and we still have a long ways to go in terms of what we need to do. But we've always been supportive of our staff at our high schools and their tremendous expertise and innovation in creating those academies. And so we, as a board, have supported all of that at every turn, and we will continue to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Looks like that's it for comments and questions. Thank you again, Superintendent Irvin, for that presentation. We're going to move on now to 7.2, Administrative Presentation, Supplement to the Annual Update for the 2021-22 Local Control and Accountability Plan. And I believe that's Ms. Anna Applegate. Welcome.
Thank you, President Wyatt. And we actually do have our new categorical director, Ms. Kimberly Sargent. This will be her first board presentation, so she will be going through the Lcap supplement with you.
All righty, welcome, Ms. Sargent, and absolutely relax, okay?
All
I know how that feels to be over there.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you for the time for the presentation tonight, Board. President Dr. Wyatt, Board Vice President Mr. Tillman, school board members Dr. Rogers, Ms. Rosales Medinas, Dr. Flores, and Ms. Ceballos. Superintendent Mr. Irvin and your cabinet, thank you tonight for the opportunity to present the supplement to the annual update to the 2021-2022 Local Control and Accountability Plan, or the LCAP. It is a whole mouthful. This is a mid-year look at the implementation of our LCAP. My name again is Kimber Sargent. You recently saw me here in November in the appointment as director, so I'm very pleased to be back in front of you again tonight. We are going to be talking about our supplement. You should have some documents that you received to help support tonight's presentation, including a board report that looks like this, a copy of the actual supplement, and then the presentation for tonight. Tonight's presentation is in response to Section 124E of Assembly Bill 130, which requires a presentation of this supplement as a mid-year check-in to the implementation of our LCAP. California's 21-22 Budget Act, the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, and other state and federal relief have provided our district with a significant increase in funding to support our scholars, educators, staff, and the communities we work to recover from the COVID pandemic and address the impacts of unfinished learning. David, go ahead. There we go. In addition, for tonight, we'll take a look back at the goals of our board-approved LCAP, which is a 3-year plan, as you'll remember. I'll also share a few highlights that demonstrate the impact of the LCAP funds and the priorities that you as a board have placed with our educators, scholars, and families. And as part of the supplement to the LCAP, I will provide you with a review of state and federal funding sources included in the Budget Act of 2021. Lastly, as I provide those updates of each budget, we'll talk about some of the trends that were gathered during the educational partner meetings that took place during our input sessions in January and February. Board members, as you take a look at the slide, this is an overview of our LCAP goals from our 3-year plan. These goals drive our actions and services to provide our increased and improved services for our 3 focused student groups of our low income, foster youth, and English learners. As you can see, these priorities that you have set to support our scholars have afforded them the opportunities for additional instructional support, access to a broad range of courses, enrichment opportunities through VAPA, as well as placing a priority with teacher supplies, supporting our school sites, supporting our school sites and personnel. As our students return to in-person learning, these supports have been critical in addressing the unfinished learning and supporting the needs of our English learners. In our second goal, school climate and campus environment, having a safe and secure and welcoming environment is critical for our scholars, educators, families, and the community. The priorities that you have set supported additional staffing at sites such as health aides, nurses, and counselors, which you know are critical during this pandemic as we respond to the COVID protocols and support the social emotional learning of our scholars and educators. LCAP priorities have also provided programs such as our Cadet Corps, CAP Sports, Youth Court, and the Positive Ticket Program. Lastly, the LCAP continues to support the great work of our facilities team, who we have with us here in the back today, which are working to improve our school campuses. Goal number 3, in working with our students, parents, and community, we support the engagement of our parents, students, and community, and this has always been a priority of our board. Through our LCAP, our district has been able to provide bilingual staff, English community-based English tutoring, or CBET, classes for adults through the Inland Career Education Center, parent center supports, as Mr. Irvin referred to in his preview, advertising materials, and parent workshop and training. So that's a brief, very broad, overlook back at our plan. If you go to the next slide, there we go. You'll see this slide is organized into 3 sections. We're gonna go section by section, starting with the first one of our state funds. And board members, thank you for your participation in our input gathering sessions, as many of you were able to attend, so forgive me if you have heard this information already. Hopefully you get to hear a little bit extra. We'll start on the state section of our Lcap concentration grant add-on funds. We do know the plan that you have in front of you is called the supplement to the annual update, and that plan does address these concentration grant add-on funds. The purpose of these funds is to increase the number of staff who provide direct services to students on school campuses with an enrollment of students who are low income, English learner, and foster youth. It's a trend. Those three groups you'll hear over and over again attached to Lcap. Is greater than 55%. The amount that the district received, which you see reflected on the slide, is $21.8 million. The input gathering phase began actually last school year in anticipation of receiving these funds with a budget task force. The budget task force met over several sessions to look at the priorities of the district and where we can transfer costs from our base funding into supplemental and concentration that would meet the requirements of these funds. So we do have our continue to support our class size reduction. Trends from our educational partners, which were formerly referred to as our stakeholders. I'm going to try to stick to educational partners. Hopefully I don't go back and forth, but when you hear educational partner, think stakeholder. Is supporting the return to in-person learning and helping students with unfinished learning. Our educational partners emphasize the importance of instructional staff to support interventions through our Learning Labs initiative and additional staff to provide safe learning environments. This tonight, in that supplement that you do have a copy of, it does not require your approval. But I do want to make sure that you do see in one of the prompts is specifically addresses what the input has driven and influenced as actions and services for those concentration grant add-on funds. And that does include the continuation of support for class size reduction, as well as supporting those intervention practices. The next funding source that you'll see under the state section is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. I'm going to try to stay away from the acronyms because the names are also very similar. The first portion is a focus on paraprofessional staff. This includes 10% set aside to help our districts rehire laid off paraprofessionals and hire new paraprofessionals. In our district, staffing is a priority not only of our board, but of our superintendent and cabinet. So we did not have to rehire laid off staff, but we were able to maintain our current staffing. The amount that we received is $1.3 million. This did come as a board approved plan to you in May of 2021. And those funds will continue to be able to use through 2024. The last fund that you see there under the state section is the Educator Effectiveness Funds block grant. This recently came through the board on 2 board meetings in December. The purpose of the Educator Effectiveness block grant, I'm going to slow the name down, is one-time funding provided to county offices for education, school districts, charter schools, and state special schools to provide professional learning for teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals, and classified staff to promote educator equity, quality, and effectiveness. The amount that our district received under this block grant is $12.2 million. Those funds need to be spent through 2026. And again, that was a plan that came to the board in December, approved the last board meeting in December. That wraps up our state funding that was included in the Budget Act. We'll go on to the federal funding. The first section you'll see is the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, also referred to as ESSER. That came to us in 3 installments. ESSER 1 and 2, the purpose was federal funding that provides districts with emergency relief funds to address the impact COVID-19 has had and continues to have on elementary and secondary schools across the nation. The amounts received are in brackets next to each of those installments of ESSER 1 and ESSER 2. Those funds are spent through 2023. ESSER 3 came with two purposes. The first purpose was strategies for continuous and safe in-person learning. The amount received, again, is shown in brackets there. It came as a plan. ESSER 1 and 2 did not have a plan that you had to approve, board, but ESSER 3 did have a plan, and again, those two parts are found in that plan, and that was in October of 2021. The second part of the ESSER 3 fund is to address learning loss, or in our district as we refer to as unfinished learning. The purpose is that the district must reserve no less than 20% of its total ESSER 3 fund allocation to address learning loss, or unfinished learning, through the implementation of evidence-based interventions and ensure that such interventions respond to the student's academic, social, and emotional needs. Those funds are spent through 2024. Combined, the total amount for ESSER 3 is $61.2 million. The last funding source that you'll see under that second section of federal funding is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. And if your memory or your reading, you're seeing that there's a very similar name in the state section as you see here in the federal section. This portion is to assist with offering in-person instruction and expand impersonal instructional time, provide academic interventions, and accelerate progress in order to close the learning gaps. The amount that we received is reflected in the brackets. Those funds do need to be spent through 2024. This also came as part of the plan that was approved in May of 2021. The last section are upcoming funding sources. This many times has been presented to the board. I'm going to provide a general overview for you. There are amazing leaders within the district that are leading this work that will be bringing this back to the board with a much more in-depth look at them. But between July 2021 and January 2022, 2,700 pieces of input were received from educational partners, again, stakeholders, new name, regarding district programs for our unduplicated low-income foster youth and English learner students. Between September 2021 and January 2022, more than 10 meetings were held specifically to gather input from our educational partners. However, we also took any opportunity possible to gather input and incorporate it when writing the supplement to the annual update to the Lcap, the ESSER 3 plan, the ASAP, and the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. Input was gathered from our educational partners in the following means: through a thought exchange, our budget task force, presentations to our parent advisory groups, which include our DLAC, DAC, DAAC, and CAC, our student advisory. We also use tools such as Jamboard, surveys, question and answer, live question and answer during our parent advisory groups, and comments that they were able to include in the chat. Any possible way that we could gather input, we gathered that input, consolidated it down, and looked for our trends and what our educational partners were looking for in order for us to address our return to in-person learning. The first item under the upcoming funds that we'll look at is the Expanding Learning Opportunities Program. Again, in state and in federal, you'll see that we have Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. This one is Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. This addresses our before and after school programs. So it provides funding for after school and summer school enrichment programs for kindergarten through, including transitional kindergarten, through 6th grade, as described in Ed Code Section 46120. Mrs. Ann Pearson, the Director of CAPS, is leading this work. She currently has a committee that is meeting. They're working to gather input and to create a plan that she'll be bringing back to the board, so you'll receive more information regarding this. It does include additional days where we're able to provide supports for our families and students, as well as an extended day for all of our students morning and after school. The amount that we received is $27.9 million. Those funds are going to be ongoing funds, so this is not a one-time funding that we're receiving. This is going to be ongoing funding that we will receive. You'll see this again come in a short time. You should be hearing more and more about it. This is a priority that was presented in the governor's proposed budget. And we expect in the May revise, we'll see that change a little bit with a possibility of receiving more money. The trends from our educational partners when gathering input was to have a focus on STEAM, providing sunrise and caps at all schools, including clubs such as music, social emotional learning, leadership, creative arts, robotics and sports, and offering summer programs. The second upcoming fund that we'll talk about tonight is Universal Transitional Kindergarten. This is part of the early learning program, which also includes Universal Pre-Kindergarten. But Universal Transitional Kindergarten refers to the expansion of transitional kindergarten, which you know has been a priority of our board and supported in our elementaries through 2026, so that we're able to serve all 4-year-olds by September that are born by September 1st of each year, regardless of their income, providing a rich learning opportunity the year before kindergarten, so that families can choose from as part of our public education system. The district plan is going to include 2 parts. The first part will be the expansion of transitional kindergarten. The second part will include a partnership with our Expanded Learning Opportunities program to ensure that our transitional kindergartens are afforded those same opportunities to participate in our before and after school programs as well as summer school. Our Director of Elementary Instruction, Mrs. Amy Coker, will be leading this work and will be bringing more information to you in June. For now, in the implementation and planning phase, we have received $853,000. The trends from our educational partners when gathering input included offering transitional kindergarten for students with disabilities, including offering it to those that participate in the mild to moderate program, additional staff to support the smaller class size that's a requirement of our Universal Transition Kindergarten program, and an overall excitement. Parents were very excited to hear that there was going to be additional support to our youngest learners in ensuring that they receive that additional learning time prior to their kindergarten year. The last item on the upcoming fund is our A through G Completion Improvement Grant. These are activities that directly support the pupil's access to and successful completion of A through G course requirements, including professional development for our teachers, administrators, and counselors, developing a comprehensive advising plan and pupil support, expanding access to coursework to satisfy A through G course requirements for all of our scholars, advanced placement and international baccalaureate fees for unduplicated students. Those are our English learner, foster youth, and low income. Dr. Esquivel will be leading this important work and will be bringing more information to you in March. We just received the information regarding our allocation for this. It is $4.5 million. In gathering input from our educational partners, the input included to offer AVID family nights to learn more about the A through G requirements, to increase staff to support master schedules that offer sections that are A through G compliant, and connect the A through G requirements with current programs such as AVID, IB, and STEAM. Go ahead, David. All right, so we have reached the end of tonight's presentation. I'll open up to the floor, President Wyatt, for you to take over.
All righty. Thank you, Ms. Sargent, for a very detailed presentation, and I'll look around to my colleagues, and we'll start with Dr. Flores.
I just want to thank you so much. You did a great job.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow, that's pretty good. They're letting you off easy. I don't know now, Ms. Sargent, so.
I guess I'll come back again.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, great job, and thank you to you and the team.
I'll
Ms.
just ditto.
Ms.
But
Rosales
it's
Medina
just
got it
one-
right in there the last second.
Yeah, no, it's just to ditto the information. You know, thank you for the presentation. You were very detailed when it came to some of the programs that the district wants to do. So I appreciate you sharing that report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina, and thank you again, Ms. Sargent.
Thank you.
All righty, and let me get back up to 7.3, late start update. Dr. Funches.
Good afternoon, good evening, Dr. Wyatt, board. I did, before we began, wanted to see if and check for Maria Espinosa. If Maria Espinosa's on. All right. And then we have Mr. Sam Precy on as well. I'd like to begin by thanking the board for their ongoing support in terms of moving the district forward. I also like to thank Mr. Irvin and Cabinet as well for the ongoing work that we've been doing this year to keep the district open and moving forward effectively. What we have for you tonight, board, is an update on SB 328, or as many know it as the Portantino Rule, named after Senator Anthony Portantino, and late start signed into law back in 2019 by Governor Newsom. And what we have for you tonight, next slide, please. We want to make sure that we provide you a status update and even seek board direction on the late start requirements, meaning an update on the committee work that has been going forth, transportation considerations and how transportation impacts our late start processes and decisions, the implications of late start on our school sites and our district, and also bell schedule options that we've covered within that committee. So next slide, please. As we've talked about late start and the implications for the district, I wanted to make sure that I remind the board of Dr. Volkemer's work that began way back in 2018, and he did some committee work around late start, around how it might impact our district, around our educators and our families, and very comprehensive, and did a thorough job there, so we'll discuss that briefly as well. And I wanted to start with the research. Next slide, please. As the research around late start and starting schools at a later time centered around health benefits for our tweens or teens. Research shows that some of our teenagers, or most of our teenagers and tweens, go to bed at later times, meaning their biological clocks won't allow them to go to sleep until later time. So it's only right to look at starting school a little bit later for them as they sleep a little bit later in the morning. And so it was done according to the legislature and Mr. Portantino around student interest. And the intent behind Late Start was looking at secondary schools and how to impact student learning by starting school later. Middle school no earlier than 8 o'clock a.m. and middle schools no earlier than 8 o'clock a.m. and high schools no earlier than 8:30 a.m. So as we embarked, next slide, please, as we embarked and re-embarked rather on Dr. Volkemer's work, we re-engaged the Late Start Committee, meaning most of the members that we had previously. And we've had 4 meetings thus far. As you can see, session 1, we discussed the Late Start requirements of the 8 and the 8:30 for middle schools. Our session 2, we also had discussions around the work groups, for example, our athletics programs, for example, how it would impact nutrition services, how it would impact our bell schedules, how it would impact our labor groups and such. We had rich discussion there. By session 3, we were able to discuss bell schedule options, which we'll preview for you shortly. And those bell schedule options centered around transportation and how transportation impacted our decision making. So we'll share that with you shortly. And then finally, February 2nd, we had a rich discussion about the school site implications of Late Start and said bell schedules that you'll be apprised of this evening. Next slide, please. So as we began to discuss bell schedule options and the possibilities around late start at the middle school and high school levels, obviously we had to consider elementary as well, and we had to consider the impact of our transportation processes, or all of our transportation and bus routes for our scholars that are bused to magnets, that are bused from their home schools to other schools and such. So I'd like to introduce Ms. Marie Espinosa, who's done a fabulous job laying out some of the information for us so that the board has a clear understanding of how transportation plays into our decision for late start in San Bernardino City Unified. Marie?
Thank you, Dr. Funches. Good evening, Board President Wyatt, Mr. Irving, Board and Cabinet. So in order to help with navigate the information and the various schedules we're going to present, I thought we would kind of go back a little bit and provide you with some ridership data that'll help you understand our why with the complexities of service. Currently, our total ridership makes about 18% of the total student population. Breaking that down a little further, 15% of that 18% is our general ed student population, and 3% makes up our special ed student population. And if we break that down even further, you'll notice by enrollment, percentages of riders. So you'll notice that for elementary, 14% of our gen ed population are assigned bus riders. For middle school, 29% of our gen ed population are bus riders. And for high school, 11% of our student population are bus riders. And the same goes, I broke it down for special ed, elementary, 3% of our elementary students. So 3% of the 691 of our elementary students are special ed bus riders. 3% of the 1,470 are middle school bus riders, and then 4% for high school respectively. One thing to point out, our percentage is reflective of current stats and current enrollment. Next slide, please. Now, before we discuss future options, we wanted to review our current state with bell schedules. Currently, our elementary bell schedule is 8:50 to 3:30, middle school is 7:40 to 2:11, and high school is 7:30 to 2:35. As it relates to busing, busing is in two tiers. First, we pick up our middle school and high school students clear in time to proceed with our elementary bus riders, and then we do the reversal in the afternoon. Next slide, please. This takes us to option A, and you may recall option A, as Dr. Funches relayed back in March of 2020. This was the proposal that we brought before board under Dr. Volkemer's oversight in the committee work. At that time, we had proposed that we do basically a reversing of schedules. Elementary would come in at 7:30, middle school at 9, and high school at 8:30. The greatest implications would be the reversal of bell schedules. With a 7:30 start time, the greatest potential impact would be to those elementary bus riders, particularly those transfer system bus riders. Service would start as early as 6 a.m. And then, of course, employee work schedule changes, and we would have to navigate those changes with our collective bargaining unit partners. This was a cost neutral option, so we would utilize the same resources for busing. So basically our budget would stay status quo. Next slide, please. Excuse me. There were some concerns expressed by the committee about the early start time for elementary, particularly that 6 o'clock pickup window for some of our students. So we were asked to explore maybe potentially moving that schedule a little later. So we provided a 20-minute shift in the time, and basically all we did was just move all the schedules by 20 minutes, offering a 7:50 start, 9:20 start, and 8:50 start. Still remaining cost neutral. However, this required our elementary and high school, our secondary students, to actually start later and release even later. And then, of course, with every option that's presented before you today, we have to navigate the employee work schedule changes with our collective bargaining unit partners. But this was also a cost neutral option. Next slide, please. And then we go to option C, and I'm going to break it down by elementary and secondary because this is has different aspects to it. So this recommendation allows us to keep our 8:50 to 3:30 bell schedule for elementary students. However, if you're a bus rider, in order to be cost neutral for Gen Ed, we would deliver those bus riding students similar to option A by 7:30 and then proceed and do secondary. So students would basically be picked up, go to their attending schools, participate in the district-wide Sunrise program. And then in the afternoon, we would first pick up our secondary students. Bus riding students would remain at CAPS, after school CAPS, till approximately 4:45 when we clear with secondary service. And then we would pick up those students and continue on and deliver them to their respective bus stops. One thing that would be required with an elementary schedule of 8:50 to 3:30 is that we would have to go out for bid for our elementary school bus needs. We discussed this option with Dr. Lundy and the possibilities of housing our special needs students with a variety of different needs and that our students may have would just not be feasible. So we would have to outsource our special ed busing to an additional contractor. So we would still have Durham, we would need additional contractor for just our special needs busing. And that I estimated at about $12 million because it's about 115 routes that we would have to go out for bid for. And of course, employee work schedule changes. Next slide, thank you. In the original proposal, we would do it 8:50 to 3:30, which I just discussed, and then do a 9 o'clock to 3:31 for middle school. And at 8:30 to 3:35 for high school. Now, with the 9 to 3:31, there were some concerns about it just being later for secondary. So even though it is cost neutral for Gen Ed busing, I was asked to explore what it would look like if we did an 8:30 or an 8 o'clock start time. So if we were to do an 8:30 start time for middle school, we would have to increase our busing by an additional $3.9 million for our general ed service on top of $12 million for elementary special ed. Because if we're dropping off elementary at 7:30, there's no way I can get these students, drop off at 7:30, clear, deadhead, pick up my middle school students, and I have a lot of middle school students, and then take them to school in time for 8:30 start. Then we explored an 8 o'clock time, which is an even greater, shorter window of service. And we did the cost analysis for that, and that was at an additional $4.3 million for general ed busing, in addition to the $12 million for special ed elementary, should we go that direction. And of course, high school would remain at 8:30.
Before we go to the next slide, thank you, Marie. I just wanted to reiterate to our board, in the work that has been done within the committee, much of the focus has been around how can we adhere to the late start requirements, but at the same time, make sure that we are giving our transportation processes for our students the attention and focus that it needs. So it's very complex. Every time that we change one start time, it impacts another, or every time that we change routes, it impacts something else. So the options that you see here that were worked through with the committee were well thought out to give the board an understanding of how or what possibilities we have before us. And as we worked with the committee as well, there was, as Marie stated, a little leaning towards A, and there was discussion of C as well. And so last slide, please. As we move forward, board, in the next steps, as time is of the essence, what we like to do in terms of this committee and with board direction is begin to finalize our elementary and secondary bell schedules around the transportation piece that you've heard tonight. Make sure that we finalize those schedules and secure vendors in enough time for the upcoming school year, and also work with our CAPS, Dr. Rodriguez and the CAPS program, CAPS director, to make sure if we're going that route. We have the Sunrise staff available. We want to make sure that we communicate bell schedules with all of our stakeholders, and we have a communications plan to do just that. And then we also want to continue the negotiation process with our labor groups around employee work schedule shifts and everything that would go into that. And then I'm sure you'll hear soon about our athletics plan and providing lighting for those evening time sports because of how Late Start has impacted the winter and spring sports. So that is it for at this time.
All righty, thank you, team. We'll go ahead and entertain some questions from the board. Mr. Tillman?
Thank you very much for the presentation. In terms of the selection between proposals A and C in the elementary, I definitely favor the C only because how many total elementary students do we have?
I think 27,000, I believe.
So rather than impacting and making changes for 27,000 students, if you go with Plan C, you're only making changes for how many students? 30?
I think 3,000.
3,000 students?
Yeah. That's the intent of that proposal.
And not only the impacting of the students and the parents a lot less, but also the employees, the teachers and classified staff also, right? Because they would maintain the same schedule for the most part other than what you're going to add in terms of transportation, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then in terms of all this was supposed to be driven by scientific studies that showed that students at a certain age perform better if they started school later, right?
That's the research.
So did they say how late is optimal?
So the optimum piece that the legislator came up with is the 8 and 8:30.
I'm not talking about the legislator. I'm talking about in terms of the people that do the studies. Do we know what they say? Because I'm asking the question because that might drive whether or not you want to go with the middle school at 9 o'clock versus the 8:30. I don't know if you're looking at a later time, why wouldn't you pick the 9 o'clock?
So just looking at teacher work schedules and shifting things around. I don't have the information in front of me of what exact time the research stated, but 8 and 8:30 was the one that was landed on.
And then, Mr. Sullins, I know there's discussion now about the state paying for transportation. Is that correct?
That is correct. There is conversation about the state paying for transportation.
Which would make a big difference in terms of even being concerned about the cost, because then the cost would be paid for by the state, right?
It would depend on what it is, if they paid it in full. The challenge with, in particular, if that state funding did not come to fruition, this is special education transportation primarily in terms of the cost, and that is borne exclusively by the general fund. It is not something that we can use supplemental concentration grants for because it's a mandated requirement for us.
And in terms of the portion of the students that are special ed, what percentage of the elementary kids are special ed? This is 3%?
Right.
So is when we talk
for
about
bus riders.
Right. So when you talk about option C, you're saying that the increased cost, is that for the elementary students, that the increase of $12 million for special needs busing?
Marie, you want?
Yes, that's correct. We would have to outsource the elementary busing for special ed.
If you kept it at 850 to 330.
Correct.
And what are we paying right now?
Our budget currently is 23 million.
So it will go from, and is that for all busing or just for the elementary students?
It's my entire budget.
So do you know what portion of that is elementary students?
No, sir, not off the top of my head.
I'm assuming it must be like around 12 million already, so it's going to double the cost?
Yeah, I don't have the breakout. I know on the special education portion, it's about 11, almost 12 million, and on the home to school, it's about 11, 12 million, to making that 23.
But that part, the number 11 million is for all of special ed students, not just elementary?
Correct. That is correct.
So if all of special ed is 11 million for special ed, how could it be that it'd be 12 million for just the elementary
Dr. Funches, if I
increase?
may answer.
Answer.
Sorry, so just taking a look at this, we have about, for the elementary students, Gen Ed, they run at a different rate, so that runs in at about $1,590 per student. So with 3,423 elementary general education students, not counting the special ed, that comes out to about $5,440,000 for the elementary Gen Ed.
Yes, and then so you're saying there's an additional cost for the elementary special ed?
Well, that would, if we chose.
Correct.
Yeah, if we chose one of these options, there would be an additional cost for the for the special ed. The cost I gave you of 5.4 was strictly just for the general education for the elementary bus riders.
I guess because it doesn't point to it doesn't point to a level. I guess I'm trying to be clear that you're telling me that the increased $12 million is just the increased cost for the elementary age students, right?
So, Mr. Tillman, the issue is keeping the 8:50 bell schedule conflicts with the other services that would be running, the 8:30, potentially 8:30, 9 o'clock for middle school. So there's a conflict in service. So we couldn't utilize Durham to meet that service. So we would have to outsource elementary busing to accommodate those needs.
Let me ask you a question. You just touched on something. So what's the difference in cost if we select middle school at 9 o'clock versus 8:30?
It'd be on that last slide.
And the cost, the 9 o'clock cost is still is irrelevant for special ed elementary. Even at 9 o'clock, we would still have to outsource elementary busing with an 8:50 start time for elementary and a 9 o'clock start time for middle school. It's still an overlap of services. So there would still be that requirement.
So this slide is not clear then. So you're saying that on this slide where it has the arrow pointing to 9 o'clock and it says no additional cost for general ed busing, is that still hold true?
So if for general ed, yes, no additional cost for general ed, regardless of the options that you, with option C, regardless of the secondary option, we will still have the 12 million for elementary busing. Just by the sheer 850 to 330, right. That's a conflict in bell schedules. It's a $12 million anticipated cost to run services with a different vendor.
Perfect. But so you say I save $3.9 million if I pick 9 o'clock versus 8:30 though for the general ed.
There is a reduction in cost, but it's not $3 million. The moment a bus goes out in service, there's a flat rate that we're charged.
I guess the slide's not right then. Are you looking at the slide? Do you see the slide?
The option C.
Yeah, for the 9 o'clock for middle school, there won't be any increase for general ed busing.
Right. So my point is, this is important. So if we select the 9 o'clock slot, then the district would save $3.9 million.
That is correct. Opposed to the 8:30 start. That is correct.
Exactly. That's important. So to me, that's what I would lean towards. That we went with C, and picked 9 o'clock for the middle school as a starting point, because you would save that $3 million. Realize you have to pay an extra $12 million. But the way I look at it, for the first year, and let me say this, the fewer amount of families I have to impact the first year, the better, right? So I know I have additional one-time funding because of our ESSER money this one time. So we could use that to pay for that. And then if the state comes through with the additional funding for transportation, then that could benefit us. But even if I only had the money for 1 year, and I had to make the change next year to say, I don't know, I'm not saying this, but if something happened, you said, hey, there's no way we can pay for this additional transportation, then we could look at it next year. But I think for the first year, not changing the schedule for the elementary school, taking the middle school to 9 o'clock, and then paying an extra $12 million, I think that'd be the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yeah, and I have a lot of, some of it was actually very similar to what Mr. Tillman was mentioning. But I wanted to find out, because I do agree with the 9 o'clock, but I'm curious to find out, why does the elementary start at 8:50? Could that not be 9 o'clock? Is there maybe a state mandate, or is there something why? Because for me, I like to see something that at least looks consistent across the board versus having 8:50, 9 o'clock, 8:30. If we had maybe elementary school and middle school match, since it's either 10 minutes apart, I'm just curious to find out with elementary if there's maybe a state mandate that sets it.
Well, it's not a state mandate that sets those times. What it is the instructional minutes that we have to abide by. I'm not clear on the transportation and how that might affect those start times, but here the 8:50 has just been in practice for such quite some time, and our instructional minutes required by the state of California for elementary is in line with that start time. We've done everything around that. But to your question around can it be changed, that's something that we could definitely explore. But the 8:50 has just been in place for quite some time with us.
Unless we try to look at 8:50 within middle school. I just think that way it's more consistent across the board. If we have some of the numbers that look similar, and that way it's at maybe 8:50 in middle school, similar to elementary school, and then 8:30. Because I do agree with Plan C. I'm just trying to make it more consistent versus having different sections having different times frames. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does make sense.
And yeah, and I definitely do not agree with moving elementary earlier, only because even with SB 328, it doesn't mention elementary unless it does within their language. So I will definitely not consider moving elementary school at an earlier start time, unless it's looking at those options with a later time, or moving middle school within 8:50. Because I just want it to be more consistent across the board.
Thank you, Ms. Medina.
Righty, thank you very much. Dr. Flores?
I know that Ms. Ceballos and I are on the Transportation Committee, and I know that we've gone round and round about this. And, and I keep asking this question, and I don't think there's any research. What does the research say about sleeping patterns of elementary schools, right? We don't have any research whatsoever. And I also agree with Mr. Tillman and Ms. Medina about not impacting our elementary students. They're the majority. They're used to 8:50. Parents are used to 8:50. Caretakers, letting them off, bringing them to school, sunrise programs, CAPS programs. That would be really a big disruption into habits, right? Habits and also patterns. So I would not be in favor of starting our little ones at 7:30. Having had little ones and grandchildren, it's hard enough to get them, up in the morning. I know that middle school starts at 7:40 and they're done at 2:11, as stated here. And did I hear right, Dr. Funches, that the legislature said that middle school had to start at 8?
No earlier than 8 o'clock a.m.
No earlier than 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then and high school could start no earlier than 8:30.
30.
Correct.
That's correct.
So why couldn't we propose 2 RFPs for bus companies? One for high school at 8:30 and middle school for 8, right? I mean, that one And then a second RFP for elementary and special ed, and keep the same schedule, 8:50 to 3:30, with no disruption to our majority kids that take the bus and who also start school, are used to starting school. That's what I would propose. That would make sense. And if we are getting additional money, Mr. Sullins, and that's proposed, and like Mr. Tillman says, we can, if we do have to start this fall, correct?
That's correct, July
okay.
1, 2022.
Okay, so in the meantime, we could start that with the least disruption, I think, with the additional money that we may be getting, or with the money that we do have that's extra. And this would be, I think, in the best interests of families and kids and children. I mean, we want to create the most optimal time for them to come to school and leave school, and also for our staff, for our staff who wouldn't have to adjust so much. It wouldn't be so drastic. And we're talking, well, for high school starts at what time right now, 7:30? Yeah, so high school would be an hour difference. They would have a big, how many high schoolers do we have?
That ride the bus, 1,388, and total high school
I
students
was looking
is
at that.
13,148.
All right. We have quite a few. How come I can't find that? How much is it? Oh, here it is. So we have 13,000 high school students. Okay, so we would start at 8:30. So our staff would have to adjust just an hour. And then our middle school staff would have to adjust 20 minutes. So, and they're the 7,697. And then I think because we wouldn't change the time for our elementary, then our special ed students, our costs would not go up. It would stay the same because that wouldn't impact it negatively. And we would just have to calculate the cost for middle school and high school in terms of the RFP as to what it would be. So that's my thinking right now in terms of complying with the law, but also the least disruption, and also being supportive of our families and our kids and our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. If Sam could weigh in on that transportation piece for the RFP for middle school.
Yep. Yeah. In fact, and just if I can back up one item, if we were to look at an 8 o'clock middle school and an 8:30 high school, I think, which is what Dr. Flores was talking about, we would. Oh, sorry about that. That should be a lot better. For the 8 o'clock middle school and an 8:30 start for high school, which is Dr. Flores was referring to, we would see an increase in the general ed busing, as you had mentioned, but we would also be exposed to the special ed bus route because we would have to have a...
Special ed would be with elementary, with the RFP.
Yes.
It would be elementary, and special ed would be one RFP, and then of a bus company, and then the second RFP would be for middle school and high school. You have to cost it out. You have to cost it out.
Yeah, we have to cost it out.
You have to cost it out.
Yep.
Yeah.
And definitely have to go through the...
If I can interject, so then if I'm hearing correctly, this just for clarification purposes, then the direction would be to keep all elementary students at an 8:50 start, because in option C, the intent was to pick up elementary bus riders and deliver them to school before 7:30.
What is it now? What time do they get picked up now?
They're picked up in the about 7:30, 7:45 to get into school by 8:45, 8:50 start of school.
Yep.
So in option C, what we were saying, in order for us to only outsource special ed, we were busing elementary bus riders early at 6 o'clock hour.
Well, we don't want to do that.
So if we don't do that, then you almost need 3 providers. One for your elementary services, one for your middle school services, and one for your high school services.
Why is that?
Well, because everyone has, you can't tier anything. All your schedules overlap with each other, so there's no sharing of resources.
So how do we do it now with middle school and elementary? How
So
do you tier
middle
it then?
Well, middle school and high school, currently middle school starts at 7:40, high school starts at 7:30. We drop them off 10, 15 minutes before bell starts.
And we
go
can't start
to
middle
elementary.
school at 7:40?
No,
Not
we have to
according to-
start, the law says no earlier than 8 o'clock.
But we could start high school a little bit later. So we could tier. Well, what would it look like if we were to tier high school and middle school? Because there aren't that many middle schoolers or high schools. I lost that page again.
So we have 11% of our high school population on Gen Ed are school bus riders. And it's predominantly your home to school service. These are students that qualify based on distance. I only have one school that has a program.
Okay, so high
And
school
then the
is the
remainder
least.
are-
High school is the least. Okay, well, cost out what it would be for one 3-bus company. See what it would cost. I would like to see the numbers on that.
Remember, this is just input and just feedback, so they'll have to go back to the committee and have a deeper conversation with the
Right,
committee on these
right.
recommendations and feedback, because they've already done a lot of work. So I would recommend that as we answer those questions, remember, this is the opportunity to get feedback, because at some point it has to go back to the entire committee, and the committee will come back with recommendations. So I'm not
and
sure.
as well,
And also,
Doc,
what's that?
we got time is of the essence.
Right.
So what we're trying to do is make sure we get enough input to move forward
Absolutely.
on the schedules that we need
That's
to.
my
put in
input.
place.
That's my input, that I would like to see what the cost would be. And my aim is to accommodate our families and our students, and not to have negative impact on our kids and our staff and our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. It's Ms. Ceballos and Dr. Dowdy Rogers after that.
Yes, thank you. So I'm not going to ask a whole lot of questions because, obviously this is a very complex issue, and we had kind of, discussed it a while back, even before the committee was built. We were kind of trying to flag transportation as being an issue, and we can see how it's panning out, right? It's going to be very costly. So I'll just take my time here because it doesn't sound like we're going to go with either one of these. I would not also be in support to really starting our kids super early. So it might look like we're going to have to put out some more money, right, if we want to make those accommodations. So, I think I would like to see what Dr. Flores' recommendations are in terms of what that will look like financially. But I will say this. I would like for us to take this moment as a learning opportunity and as a moment to really take a look at what the actual problem is. The actual problem is our routes. Why are our students going from one school on one side of town to another school way on the other side of town? That's because we don't have great schools everywhere, right? So one parent that lives on one side of town doesn't want to send their child to that particular school that is their home school because they don't have the same opportunity or programs that this school over here has. So that's why it's so important that it's costing us money now, right? It's really important that we take a look at all our schools and make them great schools so that our children can attend. Another reason why we can't stack them is because
the routes, because they go everywhere, they're so long. So it's not like you could take one child and quickly deliver him to this school, and then we can go pick up the next set of students. No, those bus routes are long. You know, we were talking about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours sometimes for one way. So all of these things, you know, I'm taking the opportunity now because I brought this up, you know, the staff brought this up to us earlier. And it is important that we take a look at the core issues and not just put a Band-Aid on it. Because right now, we have to do this. We have to abide whatever the state is, you know, law is, but it is a Band-Aid. So we really need to focus on the core issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. And I agree with those comments. And this is, believe it or not, been going on a while. And we're finally here with this mandate. And I've been on the calls as part of the committee and have heard. I didn't vote because I wanted to see, again, as it comes to us as a board, to look at it. But I know that there was also, that's not necessarily reflected in this report, but there was concern about the athletics as well. And my question then would be, which one of these turned out to be the most least implication on the sports from all of the feedback that you got back from? And then I'm going to follow up that question on just a little clarity on remaining in caps. I was trying to understand what that meant. Like, is that kind of like going to be a holding space? So I'll let you answer those two.
Dr. Rogers, the first one for athletics, the 8:30 start time in terms of high school, which would be in option C, would be the one that would be the most favorable for athletics, just because of the evening sports and kids coming and going on campus and such. So that 8:30 time would be the one that I think you speak. Yes.
Okay, because I know that came up as leaving. They were having to leave. Some of the learning loss was going to take place, or I like to call it learning disruption. Okay, and then caps. What does that mean by remain? And I'm looking at C, by the way. Remain at caps until approximately 4:45. Is that something different than what they're doing now?
No, so that would be our scholars that are after school in the creative after school programs. Those bus riders, if they come early in the morning for sunrise, and then they are there throughout the school day and they don't leave until 4:45, we just calculated that could be upwards to a 10 to 12 hour school day for them.
Wow. Okay. And then lastly I know we also, I remember in the meeting talked about, when daylight savings time change and it's darker and, or either in the morning catching the bus and whatnot. And I know those were things that the community really weighed in on, and making sure that we're considering those things.
Right.
When we make the time. So, all right. Well, thank you all. I mean, again, like I said, I've been on your meetings and it's been very thorough input. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Mr. Tillman?
Dr. Flores, I think there's two things when you're talking about additional bus routes. It's not just the cost, but also availability. We know that right now it's hard to staff and find bus drivers and buses for these new routes. So I think the least amount of new demand we create for buses and bus drivers, the better chance of us being successful. And I do differ from the superintendent on. I don't think this is a moment we want to pass this back to a committee. I think tonight we should get some direction, and I think the direction we all have said that we're looking at doing option C. And if we're going to look at doing elementary school from 8:50 to 3:30, and then middle school from 9 to 3:31, and then I even heard Dr. Rogers say high school from 8:30 to 3:35 because that's what's best for the athletics, then I think that's the direction we should move forward with. The other concern was and I think it is going to be the biggest concern, is the picking up the elementary school students earlier in order to take them to an early start program. But the reason why I had no problem suggesting that, because if you were to move all the elementary school time to 7:30, then you would not just have 3,000 students having to get up early, you'd have 27,000 students that have to be up at that time. So by saying that we're only going to do it for the students who are being provided transportation, then you minimize the number of students that are going to be impacted, but they would have been impacted anyway if you went with option A. That's the reason why, to me, it's obvious that option C is the best way to go. So I would like for us to give direction to superintendent and staff that option C is the direction we want to go. They can firm up the numbers and then bring it back for, and I know we have to talk to all of the employee unions and get their impact and work the stuff out and tweak it, and then bring it back to us for a final look. But I'm hoping that we get a consensus from the board that we want to go with option C. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Tillman.
could
Superintendent.
please interject? I'm sorry.
Oh,
If
go
I
ahead,
can
Ms.
just
Espinoza.
interject, to Mr. Tillman's point, one thing I think that is prudent that I put on everyone's radar is, even if we go out to bid, the industry is quite scarce when it comes to recruitment of drivers. And drivers of all kind, and school bus is not exempt from that. Durham has already increased their wages, and to date, we still don't have a full complement of drivers. So that would be the first concern. Any vendor that comes in, we have to make it very clear to them is that you're not taking on the current service, we're adding service. So they would be recruiting 115, 120, because you need to have a spare factor, brand new drivers. So Durham has only been able to recruit 25 drivers year to date. And then second, we would also have to be mindful of the fact that whichever vendor comes in, they're not acquiring the previous vendor's fleet or the previous vendor's location. They have to go out and seek their own bus location, their own bus depot. They have to locate their own buses for service, and they have to locate and not pillage the current provider. Otherwise, we're going to be in the same situation. Whether I have 100 drivers for Durham and they take 50, I still only have 100 drivers for service, and I need 200. So these are additional concerns that are in the forefront of us going out for bid and could impact our ability to have a successful award.
Thank you, Ms. Espinoza. I believe we're on Superintendent Irvin.
Yes, so I just want to bring clarity. When I talked about going back to the committee, today's purpose is obviously getting input, and we need to move forward. And we definitely want to hear from each board member. But definitely, at some point, we need to make sure we notify the committee of what the next steps are or what direction we're going, because we don't want to disregard those individuals who spent all that time and been a part of the committee. So the district will move forward, and we will notify the committee, and we're still going to go through that process. I just want to be clear so there's no misunderstanding there. Obviously, regardless, if most board members are recommending option C, that seems the direction we go, we should at least notify the committee of the direction the board wants to go. That's basically it. So we're not saying that we're not going to not take the board's recommendations. We're saying that we want to make sure we notify those individuals who sat on the committee. So that's no big deal. Secondly, whatever decision that the board makes and we make as a district, if it is option C, I want to be clear though, we got to make sure that we stick to the plan. Because another reason why our bell schedule is a hot mess at times is because once we say this is the schedule, then there's phone calls made, and then everybody wants to mess with the routing system. So once the board says these are the bell schedule, that means we can't make exceptions to the rule within that system, because once you start doing that, we're going to get back to where we were originally, where we're going to have buses going to that side of town and coming to that side of town because someone's making phone calls. So what we're going to do is once the board gives us direction, we're going to be very clear. These are our expectations. We're going to stick to it. And we're not going to be in the situation where we are in now, where a phone call comes in and then all of a sudden our bus routes are all over the place again. And Marie and Sam, that has happened, and that's not going to happen as we go forward. So right after the board makes that decision, if it's option C, we're sticking to option C. We can't make exceptions to the rule. So I just want to be clear that I want to bring that up because those have been some issues that we've dealt with. So.
Thank you, Superintendent Irvin. Dr. Flores?
Mr. Tillman, I hear you. I think that it would be option C then, given what Marie said as well. about the availability of bus drivers and so forth. That would be prudent. I still wonder if there's entrepreneurs out there that are in the wings waiting for RFPs. I don't know. I don't know the industry that well in terms of bus drivers and bus availability. I guess, Marie, you do, I guess, right? You know the network and so forth. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've received numerous phone calls from different school districts who are holding off on going out for bid, and the discussions over driver shortages and how we're handling it, and not just in the state of California, but I also attend national forums.
Okay.
And this discussion doesn't just impact us here in San Bernardino or in the state of California.
I want to ask you something. Do you know Redlands bus routes? Because I think Redlands implemented 8:30 start already this past year for their high school. So are they different than us?
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Yes. The biggest difference between us and other school districts, most school districts offer special ed busing, which is a legal mandate and an obligation that we have as a district. But when it comes to the additional busing, whether it's for home to school, or as an example for us, we do a lot of program busing. We have 2 transfer systems, and we do program busings that allows movement of students to support their educational desires.
And this was from court orders, right? From mandated court orders in our district. Yeah.
Yes, I believe this stemmed
Okay.
back
Okay.
20 some years ago. Correct.
Right. Okay.
No longer
So, Mr. Tillman, I would move to go to Plan C and cost it out, and also, I'm sure you've done the calculations. I haven't seen them about the amount of bus drivers we need and the routes. And I know that the routes, you were trying to figure out ways to minimize our babies being on the buses for 2 hours. I realize that. But I think that, I don't know if you've found solutions, because I would like to know if you have. And also, but I agree with my colleagues of not disrupting our elementary, our 27,000 students. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Looks like Ms. Rosales Medina.
All right, so also in agreement with C, but I think I just want to make sure that I kind of separate one with the other. So we're talking about bus routes right now when it comes to early start time. I will still advocate, and this is separate, and I know Mr. Superintendent Irvin suggested that, well, we stick to this plan. We can't make any changes with our students who may be in safety issues going on at home, that we cannot accommodate them. So I honestly want to make sure that I'm just letting you know that I'm not in agreement with that. So just because I'm supporting Plan C does not mean I will not make exception for students who have issues with safety and making sure that they're arriving home safe through a bus avenue. Also to kind of mention is that magnet schools also have students going across town. So this, like I said, this is 2 different subjects. One we're talking about is start times. The other conversation when it comes to, students going across town, that's a different subject point that can be addressed at a later time, because this is what we're talking about now. I've had many students in my household, as well as the school that my children were at weren't the greatest. And so I wanted the option for them to go to another school site. And you know what? We're at the point where there's also magnet programs with arts, there's Spanish, there's multiple languages. If we have every school site offer all of those programs, which I know is very difficult, we should still provide parents the opportunity to choose and students to choose the school of choice, and making sure that we're continuing the magnet programs, which will provide transportation across the town. So I know that's my viewpoint. I just want to make sure I'm clear that that's not what I'm supporting. I know other board members may feel differently, but that's not what I'm supporting.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Looks like Ms. Ceballos, then Dr. Flores.
Thank you. So a couple comments to kind of, I guess, wrap up here for me, just so that I understand. Option C means elementary will start at 8:50 and end at 3:30, with a student delivery by 7:30. So students will get up around, between 6 and 7:30. That'll be kind of like their wake up time, because they'll have to be delivered by 7:30. Is that, or picked up by 7:30?
Delivered to their school site by 7:30, so they're looking at a transit start time of about 6:20ish.
Okay, so they and currently that is their start time?
No, because elementaries start at 8:50. They're not actually getting on a bus until about 7:30, 7:40ish time frame.
So essentially, even with option C, we are having them wake up an hour earlier.
Bus riders.
For the right.
We
for
are,
the bus
yeah.
riders.
It'll be for the 3,000 K6 bus riders.
Okay. Okay, but we're leaving everybody, to Mr. Tillman's point, we're not disrupting all of elementary. It would just be for those riders.
That's correct.
Okay. And then for middle school, option C, are we sticking to, are we sticking to 9 o'clock? Or are we, is that the one that the recommendation had been? 9 o'clock? Okay. And then
If I could, Mr. Bios, what I did hear was the 9 o'clock. Yeah. What I thought I also heard was just make sure you cost out and see what the other ones might be as well, if they're feasible. But right now, the consensus was 9.
Okay, and then obviously for high school, it's 8:30. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. This has to be done. It has to get done, right? I do not prefer disruption to the least amount of disruption to our elementary students, to all students, but in this case, elementary students. But again, I do really want to emphasize, and I know that Ms. Medina said that those are two separate conversations. They're not, because we can clearly see how one is affecting the other. So they're very relevant conversations. So I really, really want to make sure that we do come back and we do address these issues, because we do need to have equity across our district and across our schools. Now, I'm not saying that every single school has to have the exact same program. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we need to bring it back and we need to have a serious conversation about it and what that could potentially and realistically look like, right? That is what I'm suggesting. And so if I go along with this C option, which it sounds like that's what the board is deciding to do, I am doing it, but I'm also coming out and making a very clear statement of what that means to me. Because right now it's 12 million. We don't know if we're going to be able to get that from the state in terms of the transportation. Next year, it can very well be coming out of our general fund, right? So these are things that if we are to govern and we are to govern responsibly, we need to look at, not just the present moment. Present moment's important, but we also have to look 2-3 years out. And in terms of magnet programs, that may have been a court order. This is different times now, right? That was placed, and it served a purpose when it was created because it was so segregated. But now it seems like we've kept it segregated more so. So again, I'm just throwing these things out there because I think that times have changed and we need to be able to look at these things that have been implemented for many years and change with the times as well. And so those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Dr. Flores?
I wanted to support what Ms. Medina said about not having everything set in stone, because sometimes we do have safety issues that come up regarding our children and our families. And so this board listens to our parents. And so there may be some times that we have to shift. Secondly, in terms of the programs that we have, we have stellar programs. We have incredible programs, whether they were called magnet or not. We have those, they're a tradition. Our families are used to them. We have provided busing to them. And I believe it's just, 3,000 children that we bus that are elementary. But that is an issue of equity, where they will have a choice to get the best education. As Mr. Irvin says, it's all about the kids. It's about serving the kids, giving them excellence. And those programs provide excellence for our district, and it is a choice. And so we have traditionally, as a board, always supported that. And for me, it's, something, bilingual programs, dual immersion programs, IB programs, international baccalaureate programs, middle college, GATE programs that we have where our kids have to be bused. That's a service that we provide. We are a low-income district, and our kids deserve the best, like Mr. Irvin says. They deserve the best, and we have supported the best. Our board has supported the best, and yes, the cost is high, but we have the money, so we have to decide how we delegate and disperse that money. That's the board's fiduciary responsibility. And to me, $12,000, $12 million, sorry. I wish it was 12,000. 12 million, thank you, Mr. Tillman. 12 million, I'm thinking low. The 12 million is, a dearth in in relation to what the kids benefit. We have music programs as well, et cetera. So anyway, those are my comments, President Wyatt. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, and thank you to my colleagues for a very, very in-depth discourse on this topic. This has been a long time coming, with our folks who've been on the School Late Start Committee, and so it's nice to finally be here, to have some options. Thank you, Dr. Funches, and Mr. Precy, Ms. Espinoza, for putting together multiple options for us to look at and to analyze and dissect and then hit you right back with. So we appreciate that. And sounds like we have a pretty strong consensus towards a particular option there. And as some of us have been talking about, just because we select an option now doesn't mean we don't adapt in the future as well. I know, Mr. Precy, you're a military guy, so you always have to be able to adapt and overcome in any given situation. So this board will do that, as well as this district. I know that. So I just want to say thank you, and I was hoping to wrap this up, but it looks like Ms. Rosas-Medina has one more comment.
It'll be really quick. It'll
Okay.
just be really quick. Just two suggestions. One is looking at, because we've done it before with city buses for high school students as an option, maybe looking at that as a possibility. And then also, and I think the superintendent mentioned that in their district, they've had their own busing. I know in our school district many, many years ago, we had our own, transportation. So looking at that, take it back to the committee so they can look at those options.
Thank you, Ms. Rosas-Medina. And again, like we said, this is the options we're looking at right now. And we know once we get going with this and as the plan starts getting implemented, we'll continue to evaluate and see how it's working out. And I'm glad we've had that discussion, and keep it in mind that the workforce is very thin out there. It is very thin, ultra thin. So, it's going to be difficult just to recruit drivers and bring them over here, because I assure you, if we have this challenge, many other districts will be having this challenge as well. So we'll be in competition with them too. So great discourse. Thank you again, team, for an outstanding presentation, and, we'll make some decisions moving forward. Okay. 8.0, reports and comments. 8.1, board members. We'll be starting with Dr. Flores and moving to my left and back around. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, President Wyatt. I just want the public to know that I asked about just an update of the MOUs regarding, employee COVID leave. And apparently, Dr. Funches, it will be coming to board on March 1st agenda, so that everyone knows that we will get that on March 1st. And then I just wanted to share some books, and I would like Ms. Applegate to also get this, and also Amy Coker, our director of elementary as well. But I just finished reading this book, Becoming Bilingual Readers, Identity, Translanguaging, and Biographic Biliteracy Profiles. It's really very comprehensive, and it deals with how our kids come to be biliterate, and also not just biliterate, but looking at culturally relevant curriculum as well, and how, and I know we're doing that, but I just, you know, it's really exciting. I thought you'd like to read it. And then this just came out, Renewing Our Promise, Research and Recommendations to Support California's Long-Term English Learners. This is a new book, and they came out with the first one, Californians Together, and it's very, very insightful. And I don't know if you have this or not, but I highly recommend that we move in that direction, because I know that we're addressing long-term English learners, and as Superintendent Irvin said, we want the best for our kids, and our long-term English learners have been scoring very low and not graduating, and so we need to address their needs comprehensively in terms of their, I mean, the whole child, right? The whole student. So I'll let you look at these. Thank you, and I want to thank the cabinet as well for all your hard work. It's greatly appreciated. You all do an incredible job, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Forbes. Mr. Tillman?
I just want to say, I think sometimes we lose sight of some of the gems that we have in the district. You know, the whole desegregation and integration started out as a negative thing, but the challenge for them was to lure certain, convince certain parents to send their kids to a different area of the city voluntarily. So they did it by trying to create these amazing programs at one site to do it. And it's actually because the district was so good at it that has posed a problem for us. But newcomers always say, hey, we're going to do all the good programs at all the schools. That's impossible. You're not going to do a middle college at all the schools. The middle college that we have created sits across the street from San Bernardino Valley College. So you're not going to have all your high schools at San Bernardino Valley College. Now, I agree you could do a form of a middle college at all sites, but it's not going to be that program. And if you look at the book of all the different programs that we offer, it is amazing. And it does provide parents with choice. And it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Whether you want your child to be dual immersion, whether you're concerned about a GATE program, whether you want to extend a day somewhere, we create programs that cost a whole bunch of money that we can't afford to do at every site, but we provide the transportation to allow their student to go there. That's a good thing. You look at San Andreas, we did the gardening thing, high tech, where we spent millions of dollars. We couldn't afford to do that program at every site. So I think as a district, we have to decide whether or not we're saying that having options for parents are good, and we're going to be fair about it by providing the transportation, or if we really do think we're going to adopt some philosophy that somehow we're going to look at the list, and we have a book, we have a pamphlet with all the different programs in our district. And if someone can show me how we're going to take all those programs and put them at all the sites, I'm open to see it, but I don't see it happening. And I really think what we should do is celebrate the programs that we have, try to create more, look at the ones that are successful and what we've done in the past. Dr. Wyatt, part of the board prioritizing the list, and you said you're going to bring that back, was to say, here are some of the things that's successful, and we want more. The reason why we have Rodriguez is because we said we wanted another Richardson, and Richardson became Rodriguez. So we have a number of options. I think it's good. The parents that leave our district are parents who look around our sites and don't see what they want, so they go to a different site, an outside agency. So I think we should really celebrate and do more to advertise the good programs we have in our district, because some parents don't use transportation. They'll drive their kids there also because they're so excited about having their students in those programs. But I think we should pat ourselves on the back rather than say that it's a bad thing that somebody wants their kid to go to a school outside their neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Toon. Ms. Ceballos?
Thank you so much. I wasn't going to add anything else to the comment, but in lieu, I think I will add a couple things in regards to that, just for clarity's purpose. I'm not saying that the district doesn't have great programs. All I'm saying is that they're not often equitable. So not everybody has the ability to go, say, to a middle college. Even if they met the requirements, not everybody can go. So we do need to make replications of programs that are working. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we go to every single school and we replicate every single program there. What I am saying is we bring it back. We look at it like I'm hearing that Dr. Wyatt wants to bring some of those programs back, see which ones have been successful, and maybe replicate them. So maybe we're speaking the same language, right? So I'm not saying to replicate and mirror every school. So for clarity's purpose, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is make it more accessible to more students, because not everybody has access. With that being said, I do want to, I had a couple notes. I want to make sure that I can, sorry, didn't have this up. There's some items that I wanted to, see if we can bring back in a future agenda item. And some of those include taking a look at the board policy for the president, the board president, the vice president. So if we can, I don't know if we need to agendize that, but agendize it so that we can bring it back, or if we could just have the policy subcommittee, look into it. But that's something that I would like for us to take a look at. Another thing that I would like for us to agendize is maybe discussing a discussion around ending our board meetings. So today it looks like we're going to be ending pretty early, which, I'm super excited for. But, just to make it consistent, because we have had marathons of really, really long board meetings, and that's really not conducive for, it's not helpful to any one of us, employees included, and really deprives the public from being able to engage when we go on for so long. So maybe agendizing to, have an end time to these board meetings. In addition to that, I would also like to, and again, if it has to be an agenda item, to have the board take a look at having an attorney at every one of our board meetings. So I know that, legal questions come up all the time, and sometimes there's like confusion around certain things of what we can and cannot do at any given time. So I know that other boards have a sitting attorney at their board meetings for clarity of any type. So I think that if we can bring that back on an agenda item, or just, agree that if we can do that. And then in addition to that, I wanted to see if this is, and I'm going to throw it out there. I know that it had been brought up before, but getting maybe like a coach for our superintendent. I don't know if that's something that we can, I know that's been discussed before, but I don't know if, we've ever really.
We've had superintendents use a coach, yes.
Right, but I don't know if that's something that we have discussed for this superintendent or not. So if we haven't, that would be something that I would like for us to kind of, bring back and really determine if that's something that we're going to want to do moving forward. Okay, that's fine. But those are agenda items that I'm, hoping to see come back. Other than that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
Thank you. And ditto on what I was just hearing, as I ponder, definitely, I don't think this board want to ever be in a position like we was the other week when questions are asked and they're probably something that should come from legal counsel and we don't know. And the biggest concern is to our public, they're deserving to know that we're either going to find it out or come back and provide whatever it is and not just be left hanging because there are things that we don't know. Some people take notes and others, you may not, but then all of a sudden you have that aha moment and you want to bring it up again. But for example, like I had talked about facilities a while back, and I don't know where we're at with that, but I know I brought it up and it's in the record somewhere that we were going to have that discussion, whether it's going to be agendized or how it's going to be done. I know we did the same thing about contracts, and these are not new things. These are things that we talked about in the past, but we never get there until something comes up, and then we're kind of stuck right back where we started. So hopefully we can capture those and definitely move forward with cleaning those up so that we don't have to keep bringing them up again. I do want to also make note of, and I'm sure the district did, but I want to say it from the board perspective. We heard a concern about slip and falls and our children and things like that. And I know our safety people do a great job, but, we need to know then, provide us where the direction is, where it is, what's being corrected, because while we do the business of the district, those things are important. That we want to make sure that we know what's going on and what's being corrected or fixed. And perhaps the district knows, but I couldn't say it if someone calls me tomorrow what we do or did about it. The same thing with the custodial concern. That did come before us as a board, so just update us and let us know so that we are just not sitting here looking like we think they addressed it or we're not sure if it was addressed. We've been addressing financial issues for months now. And I want to thank the district I had seen the letter for the bilingual stipends way back in last year in November. And my assumption was because I always respond when individuals sent, but the magnitude increased on the concern and it looked as though nothing was happening, right? So I want to applaud the district. My understanding is that it's moving forward or whatever needs to be done, but it was emails after emails after emails as to what was happening. So I really appreciate that being addressed, and I know the unions even reached out as well on that. But that is, again, not providing direction, because that's not my job. I don't get paid to do that portion of the district's work, but is to provide them with the concerns that come in, which I have done since I sat on this board. Another thing I just want to kind of put out there with the district, and in the conversation that we had about equity, yes, that's really important. And I've always had a concern. I love our programs, but I've been a mom that was a product of trying to get my kids in those programs, and I couldn't. So that's what it's great, but if it's not equitable, you don't realize, I still have issues with the fact that I have to try to get a person on a lotto and try to get them in. That just became old to me. And that was, I guess I can say, a back then parent. And so we just want to look into those things because it is discouraging to parents. But then on the other side, two initiatives that I continuously bring up, and I know the district is looking into dual enrollment. That's another option. Yeah, maybe you're not going to middle college every day, but parents didn't even know that they could do that. So those are the things that we have to explore and say, here's another connective way that we could do it with our community partners. Same thing with biliteracy for all. We have to look at creative ways outside of the capacity that we have to be able to do it in one place. And so I believe those are all of my comments. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. And then Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina.
Right. I just was made aware there was an article that was in the Vice that is called Amazon Paid for High School Course. Here's what it teaches. And so within the article, they were able to receive public records within the curriculum that's being taught by Amazon in our classrooms. And there was a few concerns and kind of disappointed that, typically when you look at career pathways, we try to be inclusive of, if it's logistics, then it's all logistics. It's not Amazon. And so I would like to look at terminating that specific program and then converting it to a logistics and supply management versus it being Amazon logistics and supply management, because some of the, within the article, and I'll share it with the board, I wasn't able to print it, but there was a few that came directly from the curriculum within our school districts that they shared copies of within the article. And there was a few alarming things that are being taught within the program. So definitely want to look at that. And if we're going to be doing a career pathway, it has to be inclusive. It can't be specific to one company, especially looking at the curriculum that they're providing and some of the things that they shouldn't be teaching. Another thing, and I do agree with the custodial supervisor, as an example of looking at a policy of making sure that we're creating a position approved by the board, then moving it to filling the position. It seems like we're working in reverse. When there's a new position, it seems like our district is looking for people to place in that position even before being approved by the board. So I would really look at a policy, if we don't have one, to really address that issue. And with regards to communications, I think this would, communication department, it's really looking at, we've heard complaints of how things are coming out and the narrative that are being provided within these letters. If we can look at, I know that we had Linda Bardier within the department. If we could look at replacing her position, meaning maybe getting someone in with her department. So just looking at that as well. Not meaning hiring her, meaning looking at filling that position.
That it, Ms. Rosales-Medina? All righty, thank you. All right, and then I'll go ahead and make my comments. Dr. Flores started, actually. Oh, okay. Yeah, but thank you, Mr. Tillman. You know, heard a lot this evening just on our board comments, and you know, some of the things we're talking about are things that we have targeted in the past, and that's why, you know, we've discussed and will be bringing back like the board top 10, because that keeps it visible to us, keeps it visible to the public, because the board agenda is available for the public to see, so it keeps it there. Same with just many other board priorities. It wasn't just the board top 10s, but board priorities were listed as well. So once again, we can monitor that and the public can see it as well. One of those top priorities, and actually made the top 10, was emulating successful academic programs that we have at schools. So that's not a new idea, let me just say that. That idea has been around for many years. Easier said than done, that's for darn sure, easier said than done. However, when you start to create a plan, start to create alignment, and as Mr. Urban and the team has done, it is probably more accomplishable than what we've done in the last few years. So let me just say that. So that's definitely on the radar. It's been on the radar, but it fell off when you don't have the list to look at. You know, another thing I will note is that, you know, we have been listening and we are responsive, not just to public comment, but board comment as well. You know, one thing that has been mentioned already, you know, since I've been board president in the last 2 months, is that public comments were coming too late. If you haven't noticed, we adjusted that in the agenda. Public comments are now earlier in the agenda and are getting done, so our public doesn't have to be here late. Same with the length of the meeting. Today is not just a short meeting just because, it's because it's been strategically planned by myself and Mr. Urban and Executive Cabinet. So yes, we are taking action on that. Does it have to be agendized? Sure. Does it have to be a board policy? Sure. Does it need to be? No, because we could do that by controlling the agenda, and that's what we've done tonight, and that's why we're going to end earlier tonight. So yes, we have taken action again, let me say that. You know, there's other public comment that was brought forth tonight about some concerns. I've already responded to an email on that, and we're already going to respond to that and make sure that such concerns are addressed and don't happen. But let me say this, since I've been on the board, and this has been probably about 4 or 5 years, we've had a bridge committee. We have reached out time and time and time again to our colleagues to meet with no avail or no response. A lot of people like to talk, say, oh, this is what we want to do. I'll take a person that is actually acting and visiting our schools and participating over people that say, we'll do it and don't do it. So I'll just comment, and that's my comment on that. As for having an attorney here, I have talked to Mr. Irvin about that as well. And for those of us that actually attended some of the presentations at our CSBA AEC, CSBA did let us know that they have now started a legal service, which is great because that pertains just to us, school board members. So we've already discussed the option of bringing in CSBA. They are much cheaper. They charge, what, about $200 an hour, I think, Mr. Irvin?
Yeah, we're already in conversation.
Which we're already in conversation with. So yes, we are also acting on that one as well. So I really do appreciate you guys bringing that up because these are things that we are taking care of. I won't say behind closed doors or behind the scenes, but it is getting done. Facilities, see, that would be something that would be on the list as well. Want to make sure we hit that. And then let me see if I can read that last one. Well, I can't read my own writing. I think that was you, Dr. Rogers? I think you brought some up after facilities. What did you bring up?
Facility study session, but we're already planning that.
What is it?
Facility study session.
No, there was one after that too.
It said facilities and contracts.
Contracts, thank you. That was it. Contracts. Yeah, no, I had that written. I can't read my own writing. That's horrible.
Yeah, the contracts I'm working on.
Yeah, but again, those are items that I've talked to Mr. Urban on, and we're going to bring forward to the board and continue to work on. But, you know, and the one thing I want to talk about when we talk about length of our board meetings, part of that and part of a board member's responsibility is to be prepared when we come to our board meetings. That means reading our agendas, having our questions already ready to go. Keep those questions succinct, hopefully not repetitive. Talk less. Talk less. We talk a lot up here. We're a very talkative board, which means we're engaged, we're active, but, you know, let's be succinct in our comments and our questions and pay attention to our time as well. And I'm going to make sure I end within my 5 minutes, and I think we all did tonight, so great job to all of us. And those are my comments for tonight. Thank you. And that moves on to 8.2, superintendent and staff. Mr. Urban.
A couple of things. One for AXA, the Association for California School Administrators. As you know, each year they recognize exemplary, administrators for their leadership in schools and districts. And so this year we have 3 administrators within our district that have been identified for recognition as Administrator of the Year in their respective areas. So in May, AXA will recognize Ms. Shauna Smith. She is currently the Assistant Director of Employee Development, and she'll be recognized as the AXA Personnel/Human Resources Administrator of the Year. Dr. Marlene Bicondova, she's our Director of Positive Youth Development. She'll be recognized as AXA Student Services Administrator of the Year. Congratulations. And Dr. Natalie Raimundo, Principal of Pacific High School, will be recognized as AXA's Secondary Principal of the Year. So congratulations to them. I know you're out there. If you can clap a little bit, work with us back there. Thank you, Mike. Work with us. And we also know that the governor announced his mask mandate for vaccinated California. That goes away tomorrow, but it is important to note that this does not change anything here within our district. Schools were not a part of this announcement, so masks are still required to be worn by everyone indoors in school buildings. And then again, we've been talking with our legislative partners. I know Dr. Wyatt was part of that conversation. We're going to be hearing some changes to that requirement soon. And then when we do hear that, we'll start having a conversation about that. The ETSA department, in collaboration with all of the SBC USD K-12 schools, will be hosting the annual Black Honor Roll, recognizing our African American scholars across the district. The board and the public, they're invited to attend. This year event will take place on Saturday, February 19th. It's been in the board and Friday update from 8 to 1, and it'll be at Indian Springs High School. We'll send out more information on that. And then again, recently we had 3 more of our Career Pathways earned gold certification from the Link Learning Alliance, Arroyo Valley High School Business and Logistics Academy, also at Arroyo Valley High School Digital Media Academy, and then also at Pacific High School Digital Design and Communications Academy. And then with the latest gold, actually Pacific High School becomes the first SBC USD first comprehensive high school to have 100% of its pathways gold certified. And a couple other things, we talked about the attorney at CSBA. So yeah, we have been in contact with them. They do have a program now that provides supports to school districts. So we're looking at bringing in an attorney here during our meetings. I think, Harold, I sent you the information. So as soon as I get a chance to talk with the attorney and the CSBA firm and Dr. Wyatt, we'll get back with the board on that one. And then there was a question regarding the STEAM programs, signature programs. I'm not going to delve into that again. We're going to continue to move forward. In terms of the contracts and the audit, we do finally got a report, and I'll probably have to touch base with each board member individually on that report because I think that that might be in our best interest as I read the report. So I will reach out to each board member and sit with them to walk them through the contents of the report because, again, I think that would be wise at this time. And that's all I have for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. We'll move on. Action items 9.0, 9.1, approval of personnel report number 14 dated February 15, 2022.
As presented.
Thank you, Dr. Funches.
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Rogers, second by Mr. Tillman. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 9.2, approval of the comprehensive school safety plan for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rosales Medina, seconded by Dr. Flores. Any discussion? Let's vote. All right, motion carries. 9.3, establishment of subfunds.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Flores, second by Mr. Tillman. Any discussion? All righty, let's vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 10.0, consent items.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Dr. Flores. Discussion?
10.12.
10.12, Mr. Tillman. Any other items to pull? All right, sounds like just 10.12. Let's go ahead and vote on the agenda as amended. All righty, consent agenda's been approved, and I do apologize. There was a public comment, I believe, on 10.13, Ms. Cunningham, and I did want to at least announce the public comment. I think it was Ms. Negretti. Ms. Negretti, if you're here or in the lobby or anywhere. All right, I believe she did leave, but I wanted to make sure to acknowledge that. Thank you. All right, Mr. Tillman, 10.12.
Well, I had a few questions on this item. I read, and it wasn't for this item, but just in general, in terms of the Making It Happen, Making Hope Happen Foundation. We had a MOU. Is it a current MOU? Because the one out there on their site is an old MOU. Is there a new one? I don't know whose item this is.
It's student services item. We have the purpose of this particular item is to have CAPS programs at our school sites, to utilize them as a vendor, because our existing vendors are all tapped out as far as being able to provide us with personnel.
So I guess I'm confused on who is does the Making Hope Foundation have a CEO?
I'll defer to Ginger on that.
The Making Hope Happen Foundation I serve as the executive director for the Making Hope Happen Foundation. It's not any extra resources to me. It's more of a added volunteer support. But we do have 3 directors that work in the program, in the foundation, doing various programs for the foundation.
I guess I'm really confused on this in terms of the structure. So I don't know. So I'm assuming that these sites that you're talking about proposing, and I guess you're the person that. So the sites that you're proposing to create the Sunrise program, are these all new programs that don't
Yes.
exist right now?
Yes.
These are all new programs that do not exist at this time. We're trying to build them.
We're trying to make sure every school has a program now.
And I guess the reason why we're using, did we offer these sites up as an RFP for the existing providers?
At this particular time, the existing providers can barely meet the obligations that they have under their current contracts.
Because of problems
Because of
hiring staff?
personnel.
And why are we going to be more successful with that?
It's just another pool of people that potentially this program or this provider can have versus the others.
I guess the concern I had, what you just said, when you said this provider, because if we're going to look at the Making Hope Foundation as a provider, then I have a real concern about our relationship with the Making Hope Foundation. Is there a conflict there? Is it okay to, how do you?
What would be the conflict, Mr. Tillman?
Are we holding ourselves, I mean,
I'm not sure.
Who?
Yeah, well, let me.
Because if you look at the there was an MOU with the foundation and the district. If you open up the document on 10.12, if you look at the document, it says at the very beginning, it lists the same address. This agreement is hereby entered into between the San Bernardino Unified School District, here and after referred to as the district, with its principal place of business at 777 F Street, and Making Hope Foundation here in where after is at the same place. So it's just confusing.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
And if we want to do, if we're going to use the same employees, then why wouldn't we just say the district is going to do our
They're
own?
not, the foundation uses the BOE as the district address, but all of its employees are remotely located, so they're working from home offices and things of that nature. So there's about 10 or 12 employees right now that are currently working in the foundation on various programs that are funded by the foundation, not by the district at all. So they're not district employees, they're foundation employees doing foundation work. They just use our address.
So in the MOU, they say you play a role in the foundation and that we allow certain costs. So how's all that work? And how much do you bill them? And in this contract, it says that we're going to pay the provider, which is Making Hope, a month in advance. Do we do that for all the providers? You sure about that?
We have this year, we did.
I don't.
That was one of the things that.
Then that's a change then.
No. It was not. That's something that we wanted to stop. But this year, because of the changeover, and there were many people that had difficulty, and it was already in place, that continued this year where they were paid in advance.
Well, I think it's a good thing, so I'm glad it is. I just want clarification and make sure we get clarification. Someone needs to look at the MOU between the district and Making Hope happen.
What we'll do is we'll just take it. One of the things we'll do is, because I don't have enough information, we'll table it, and then I'll bring it. We'll go ahead and I'll get clarity from legal. And then we'll bring it back next month if they get clarity. So let me reach out to the attorneys and have them take a look at it, and then we'll bring it back.
Thank you, Mr. Urban. Dr. Flores?
That was going to be my recommendation, that we table it and look at the legalities, given that bringing up all the concerns that Mr. Tillman had. I had concerns too, and I addressed them earlier, and I didn't ask that one question, Mr. Tillman, about the MOU. I did ask about who it was and who was going to oversee them, and then also they were new programs, which we want new programs. I mean, we do want our kids to be served, you know, before school and after school. And I was consoled because Director Ann Pearson was going to oversee them, and she has an incredible reputation for following up and being very on the spot and thorough. So anyway, but I think your legal concerns are very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Rosales Medina?
I just didn't realize that they were going to start doing these type of services, because it was more for, I mean, when originally it was planned, I remember being on the board just recently then, is to create a position. That's how Ginger Ontiveros got on board, was to do community, services, but with different, it was because we had a parent version and the community piece. And this was to look at creating scholarships and opportunities for students. And so now, and then it's just, and I'm glad you're taking it back, but I just wanted to bring more clarification, is that it's just too fishy. It doesn't seem right. It's both the same address, yet they're getting paid from us. So it's just, the intention was never this when it was created, so I'm not sure how it skipped from scholarships to now receiving lots of money, $500,000, to do early programs, so CAPS programs. So definitely thank you for tabling it, but I think it's more than that. I think it's an issue that we should really look into.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina, and you know, my comment will be in agreement with my colleagues. One, I think if it's you know, legal program that we can deliver through the Making Hope Happen Foundation. I'll say this: anytime we could create greater access for our kids and support, I'm all for it. Definitely in agreement with getting a legal opinion on this, because you know, now that my colleagues have brought this up, and you look at the document, it does have, you know, our address on it. Ms. Ontiveros, you're part of it, and as we heard, also our other administrator, Ms. Pearson, as well as named in there. So it does at least appear to potentially be a conflict, so we want to make sure we clear that up. I think the other part we could look at too is, you know, the scope and the mission and vision of the Making Hope Happen Foundation. If this is maybe within the scope and the mission and vision, great. If not, then maybe it's something they need to consider writing into their mission and vision and also their plans. So thank you, colleagues, for the comments, great comments.
So I just wanted to respond. So part of the idea about going to the Making Hope Happen Foundation is because they do also work with Project Uplift, which there are a lot of people within the community that they serve. We view it as a nonprofit organization, just like we have other nonprofit organizations in the community. I do understand your reservation as far as the address and looking at personnel. Ann Pearson's name is on it is because she's going to be the person, she's the administrator, and will hold this company accountable just like she does every other CAPS provider. As we look at the person who's signing on behalf of the foundation is Erin Brinker, and she's one of their directors. And so I totally agree with you as far as getting a legal opinion on it, but I don't want you guys to think that we're doing anything fishy. This is another vendor because we know that we have concerns with staffing. We have one provider that's down 50 people. And so it is a great need. And if we're looking at expanding the programs, as the board has given us direction to do, we do need to be able to find additional vendors to be able to provide the service.
And thank you, Dr. Reyes. I agree with you on that. And again, we just want to make sure that we're legally sound on this. And then, you know, you mentioned Project or Program Uplift or Project Uplift. I don't know. I just looked at it real quickly. I scanned it. I don't know if it's even in here. And if that's a company we're working with, it should probably be noted inside this as well.
No, they're not in there, but they are affiliated. And so we wanted to make sure that we're also opening up some of these positions to our community members.
All transparency, I think we need to make sure. I'm glad you brought that up. So again, our public knows about that. Dr. Flores.
Mr. President, just point of order, there's a motion on the floor.
I'm sorry. Was
There's
there
a
a motion?
motion on the floor to approve the consent items. Is there not?
No, we already acted on that. We're actually on discussion on 10.12, which.
Oh, no. Did we vote on it already?
Yes, we did.
Oh, really?
So
Did I
10.12,
vote
I
on
don't
it?
even think we would have a motion because I
We
believe it's going to be
tabled
tabled.
10.12. We already voted on consent items. And we approved them.
Okay, we
Good,
tabled
good.
it.
And-
Oh,
But no,
okay.
good question, Dr. Flores, that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we'll, as Mr. Urban said, we'll get an update on that, and then, of course, we'll do some legal follow-up and get some clear answers on it. But again, anything that could support our kids and give them greater access, I'm in support of. We just need to make sure we're good on it. All right, we're almost at that point, folks. 11.1, staff will review updates as requested, review board requests.
Okay, thank you, Board. I have several requests this evening. There was a lot of discussion in the conversation around the late start, but I'm going to try to synthesize some of those questions because some of them overlapped. So Mr. Danny Tillman and Dr. Flores both kind of asked about the science behind the optimal start time for different age groups. Ms. Myra Ceballos and Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina. And then later, Mr. Tillman added looking into the core issue around making homeschools better schools or celebrating programs and replicating those that were strong across the district. Mr. Danny Tillman and Dr. Flores and Ms. Ceballos all asked or supported option C, and then there was a question about also considering the costs associated with those things. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would consider using city buses for high school transportation and also that we consider comparing an internal bus service rather than a contract. Dr. Barbara Flores recommended 2 books for the Ed Services team, Becoming Bilingual Readers and Renewing Our Promise. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that we would consider reviewing the board policy for the appointment of the president and vice president, also a policy for ending board meetings at a set time. Ms. Myra Ceballos also asked that we consider having an attorney present in board meetings in order to provide legal clarity. Dr. Gwen Rogers asked about the discussion on the use of facilities and also the discussion on contracts. There was also a request from Dr. Gwen Rogers about the follow-up on board, on especially the board comment questions or public comments and making sure that the board understood what the follow-up to those was. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina mentioned an article from Vice and asked that we look into the Amazon pathway and consider making it more general in terms of logistics. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked for a policy. Oh my goodness, this one
Yeah, I can clarify that one.
Order
So
of process.
yeah, so it's a hiring process. Like for
That's it.
instance, we approve the position, the board approves the position, a newly created position before it's being in the process of hiring. So I think it's been in a couple of cases in reverse. Before board approves it, they're already hiring for the position and then seeks the board approval. So I was just making sure that we're doing it the other way.
Perfect. Thank you for finishing that sentence because I got stuck in the middle. So then you also asked Ms. Rosales Medina about considering filling the Director of Communications position. Dr. Scott Wyatt referenced bringing back the board top 10, and then Mr. Danny Tillman and Dr. Flores asked that we would review the partnership with Making Hope Happen Foundation and any possible conflict that might exist in the relationship between the district and the foundation. And those were all the requests that I captured.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santiveros, and I believe we're at that time, 12.0.
Move to adjourn.
Dr. Flores has moved to
Second.
adjourn, and it sounds like Ms. Rosales Medina got into second. So all those in favor, say aye. We'll just do an aye. Thank
Aye.
you very much, and have a great evening, folks. Much appreciated.